Good evening. It's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for SciFridays. As always, I'm your host, the Captain, bringing you the best in sci-fi from years gone by. So, as always, SciFriday is brought to you by Are You Game, the best comic book, collectible, video game, magic, toy, collectible, and more store. Located at 124 North Sunset Drive, Piqua, Ohio, 45356. And we're getting ready for those big Black Friday sales. So come check out Are You Game on Facebook for all the Black Friday sales coming up. So, I thought about putting together a Thanksgiving episode, but nope. I'm bringing you more sci-fi adjacent. We're going to bring you some cool stuff this week. We're going to have a returning show this week that haven't aired in some time. And lots of coolness. So, that's bad. So, you know, I go and when I put these together, I sit there and think about it. And you know, I could, you know, go through and find new stuff, and I'm always looking for new stuff. Always looking to bring back old stuff. I'm always trying to find you guys cool things to watch. And man, there's some things I like, and then it's like, nope, not available. Oh, nope, can't watch it. Found it. No. And it bites, you know. You know, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm on a huge original Star Trek kick lately. I've been rewatching the original Star Trek on Peacock because it's been remastered. And I've never watched it since it's been remastered. I have not watched it with the better special effects or any of that. And now I cannot get past the fact that they all look filthy dirty. Because the makeup that they had to wear, now when you're watching it and it's super crisp and super clear, the makeup looks like their faces are just dirty. And I'm like, I can't not see it. And then also you can definitely make out the stuntmen a lot easier, and it's definitely not William Shatner or Leonard Nimoy or DeForest Kelly fighting. But yeah, it's one of the things where, as much as I love Star Trek, and I like Star Trek, I love Star Wars. And people, you know, like, oh, you know, I'm like, don't get me wrong, I do not like every Star Wars. I do not like every Star Trek. I do find things I like about each of them, but I enjoy them. You know, I like bits and pieces of Discovery from Star Trek. There's bits and pieces of it I do not like. I'm literally got like 3 episodes of this final season to watch, and I've found it, I'm slogging through it. And I keep trying, and people are like, just watch the last episode. I'm like, no! Gotta watch them all, so I know what the hell's going on in that last episode, because everybody tells me the last episode's good. And the season before was a slog to get through. This season's a slog to get through. But Star Trek Strange New Worlds is one of the best Star Trek shows ever. Seriously, it's a great show. I love the entire cast is awesome. So that's where I stand. So I'm on a big Star Trek kick. So I want to reach out to you guys, since I'm on a Star Trek kick. I want to know 2 things. Your favorite Star Trek person. You can be anybody. You can be somebody who appeared in one thing. You can be like, I love me some Gates McFadden. I don't know. I love me some Gates McFadden. But what's your favorite episode or movie? Doesn't matter which Star Trek. It could be an episode. It could be an episode of the original animated series, which I love. Which I'd love to air that, but I can't. It could be a Lower Decks. It could be something new. It could be something old. It could be some Next Generation, Enterprise, whatever. And I just want to know, what is your favorite person from Star Trek? Your favorite, from Star Trek, and your favorite episode. So, that being said, we're going to start off this episode with Viper. And, you know, Viper's a fun show. It is what it is, but I enjoy it. It's oh man. Although I'm not gonna lie, it makes me sad watching them wreck cars and stuff. It still makes me sad watching Dukes of Hazzards, Knight Rider. It shows what cars I like. Watching them wreck them, you're just like, ugh, oh. And then you're like, it's a clone car. And I'm like, I don't care. Why do I have to wreck that Charger? But here you guys go. This is Viper Episode 8, Season 2. Enjoy.
So, what else can I tell you about Irma? If brains were dynamite, she couldn't blow her nose. She told me she figured out the movie rating system. If a movie's a G, the hero gets the girl. If a movie's R, the villain gets the girl. If the movie's X, everyone gets the girl. Hello? Earth to audience. Anyone out there?
Yeah, but not for long.
That was really good. Hablo un poquito español.
Vince, you wanted to see me?
Yeah, we got a little matter to discuss.
Woo! Anyway, anyone from New York? Hey, how's the book coming?
Well, Jim's locked up, and Huck and Tom are making these really weird plans to get him out.
Yeah, missed a heck of a show.
Knocked him dead?
Took no prisoners. Hey, want to celebrate with chocolate shake?
It's a school night tonight. I still have to read one more chapter.
You can do it in the morning. Get all your stuff together. I'm going to go get paid.
Okay.
Whoever's feeding you this bull is, they're the ones.
This isn't your night, is it? Cop. You know where to leave him.
The streets in the pursuit of justice. Its origins are secret. Its technology, 21st century. Its existence, officially disavowed. But its presence, undeniable. The perfect weapon or an imperfect future. Viper.
And he was wearing a green tuxedo.
You seen Sammy Taylor? Want to pay her off and tell her she's never setting foot in my club again.
She just bolted out of here with her kid.
Without her dough? This is the public Vince Metcalf. Nightclub owner, big-time donor to the Children's Hospital, all-round pillar of the community. This is the real Vince Metcalf. Somewhere in that wreckage is the fence who tried to stiff one of Metcalf's clients down in Atlanta. That is a federal informant who was going to testify against one of Metcalf's business partners in Chicago. And the list goes on.
This guy's got a modern version of Murder Incorporated going. You want a hit done, Metcalf's the guy to broker it.
Who was your undercover guy?
Joe Elias, one of the Bureau's best. He was 3 weeks into a covert operation when Metcalf must have made him. 2 kids found his body floating in a creek early this morning.
They don't call him Vince the Invincible for nothing.
Well, they're not going to be calling him that much longer.
Deputy D.A. Fisher here just received quite a call.
Somebody witnessed Elias's murder last night.
Anyone who wants to talk?
If we can assure her safety. She's gone into hiding and we're expecting a call. Now, when she does, I'm going to need a state-of-the-art task force to move fast, pick her up, and keep Metcalf from capping her. Now, despite the problems you had on the MiG-89 case, I recommended you for the job.
Gee, Catlett, that was real big of you.
I just hope we don't let you down.
Well, you get my witness here in one piece, and you won't.
You know, Mom, abandoning me like this could scar me for life. Who's gonna pay for all those therapy sessions?
Ben, this is serious. Don't breathe the word to anyone, even Uncle Rich.
Mom, you always told me to tell the truth.
Well, this time I'm telling the truth for you. I'm gonna tell the cops what happened at the club.
Then what?
Then, after I collect the reward money, then maybe we can send you to a school like this for real. Then you won't have to read Huck Finn in nightclubs anymore.
But I like nightclubs.
Very funny. What's the matter?
I lost my book someplace.
You know, you would lose your head if it wasn't attached. I just turned into my mother.
Hey, you guys made it!
Hey, Uncle Rich.
Rich, thank you so much. You're a godsend.
Sammy, look, whatever's going on, if you need any money...
I always need money. No, right now I just need somewhere to park Ben.
Are you okay? I mean, you're not in any kind of trouble.
Trouble? You should have seen me on stage last night. No, I just have a little business to take care of. Okay, you be good.
And you knock him dead.
Take no prisoners. Don't let him get you into any trouble.
Don't worry, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Ditto.
Looks like an ordinary wristwatch.
Yeah, it looks like something my Uncle Vito tried to pawn off on me once.
Yeah, well, I don't think your Uncle Vito ever had a wristwatch that could scan fingerprints and feed the data back into my main computer.
Yeah, right. What, I'm supposed to take this watch, go into Metcalf's club and go, hey, everybody, look at my watch. I've got some crystal here. You want to touch it?
Not exactly. Hand me that coffee mug.
Yeah. Did you get that gizmo from Washington?
Well, actually, no. It's something I've been tinkering with on my own. Bingo.
I'll be damned.
Great, thanks a lot. That was Fisher. The witness just made contact. She's at Lordstown. That's 100 miles north of here at the Sundowner Motel, room 131.
All right, I'm out of here. Good luck, Frankie. Huh? Hey, whoa. Cool your jets. How do you expect me to pull this thing off at Metcalf's club? Well, you've heard of Open Mic Day. Open Mic Day? Oh, no way. No way. I'm not. I just got a movie, thank you very much. I'm playing an old Italian woman. Speaking of women, I used to be a mechanic, and you ever noticed women and cars are a lot alike? Especially on a cold morning when you really need it, neither one will turn over for you. So you've been a very quiet but attentive audience. Thanks a lot. So, what'd you think?
You did good, pal.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Metcalf.
How come I never heard of you before?
Well, I work a lot on the underground circuit right now.
You don't work blue, do you? No smutty stuff in my club.
No, I wouldn't want to offend these comedy police attached to your side here.
Yeah, that's why I pay him the medium bucks.
Yeah, well, medium's good, especially for two guys sharing a brain.
Careful, pal. They may not know how to spell vertebrae, but they know how to break them.
So they're not completely talentless. It's good.
I like you. Come back for the 2 o'clock show.
Really? sweetie. I'm one of the good guys.
Prove it. Oh, sorry about that. Wasn't expecting someone who looked like you.
Well, I'm who you got. Now drop the weapon.
Oh, it doesn't look very funny right now, but I'm a professional comedian, and I guarantee in about a week you'll be laughing about this little incident.
Yeah, I'm splitting a gut. Come on, let's go.
This is a whole new experience for me. The only protection I've ever had to worry about was under my arms. Or, you know.
We're going to be together for about an hour, Miss Taylor. Just long enough to get you back to town and into protective custody of the FBI and the DA.
Nice ride. Reminds me of a trip I took to Florida once with my ex. We drove a cherry 65 Mustang. Wind blowing in my hair. He hated the heat, but I loved it. Sun and fun, man, that's for me. Well, don't even get me started on truck stop restrooms. Okay, I'll shut up.
Get out. Get back in the room. Lock the door and wait for me.
Okay. Once again, my protection has let me down.
What direction she headed in?
There's a three-way intersection about a mile from here. Your guess is as good as mine.
How about a license plate number?
Try the motor vehicles. Right now I need to find Sammy Taylor before Metcalf does.
Ed and Dominique Sanders, they're a husband and wife team out of Miami, known for capping their marks from motorcycles. Word is they've worked for Vince Metcalf before.
Well, short of a seance, it's going to be a difficult interrogation, thanks to your partner. But hey, without a witness, I guess it doesn't matter much anyway, does it?
We'll find your witness.
Fingers are pointing like crazy upstairs. Somebody must have leaked information about the witness to Metcalf.
How many of your people knew her whereabouts?
I don't like what you're suggesting.
I want names.
And before I tried laying this off on somebody else, I'd make sure my own house was clean.
You play soccer at your school, Ben?
Only if it's possible to play on one really wrecked handball court.
I don't know what you mean. I got something for you.
Oh man, thanks. This is really great.
Can't let you fall behind in your schoolwork.
Oh, there's Mom. So we got the reward money already?
Well, there's been a slight change of plans.
What change of plans, Sammy?
Well, that gig that I was counting on, it didn't pan out.
I see.
Guess it's time for Taylor and Taylor to hit the road again. You've got that furrowed brow look Mom used to get.
You mean the worried look?
What's there to worry about? Honey, Can I talk to Uncle Rich for a minute?
So you mean like get lost?
Temporarily.
Okay. I always wanted to see how the soccer game ends.
Don't go very far. So he told you.
He's 11, Sammy. You're lucky he hasn't told the whole world.
So what do I do?
Go to the police.
I did that. It almost got me killed.
You can't run from something like this.
We're not running, we're driving.
This is no joke, Samantha.
I know. That's why we have to get far away from here. Come on, Ben. I'll call you whenever we get to wherever the heck we're going. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Responding, we've located a 1972 red AMC Hornet, license plate Edward 752 Mary Ocean
Cole.
4.
The Highway Patrol just found Sammy Taylor's car about 20 miles west of your location.
At the corner of 46th and Old Wells Road.
Any sign of Sammy?
Apparently not, but you can check with the officers responding on the scene.
I'm on my way.
My best friend, Vincenzo Di Giovanni. This guy was really tough. Vincenzo's motto was, hey, if anybody was stupid enough to fall asleep in the trunk of his car, he deserved to get shot. Good audience, man. Let's go down here and see if we can meet some people, eh? Oh, look at this. 2 guys and a girl.
This guy kills me.
Yeah,
Have one of
it's
these
good.
drinks, you can keep the glass. How you guys doing? Gotta loosen up, kid. Hey, look at this suit, man. Shark skin, cowboy suit. Would you skin that yourself? See, that's what I like about this guy. This guy's a good laugher, man. You laughed at everything. Is there anything I can get you?
Yeah, I'll take a cold one.
A cold one, sure. If I could just... Here's one right here. You weren't laughing, okay? You mind? There you go, man.
That's my beer.
Take it easy, pal. Order yourself another beer. It's on the house.
I want that beer.
Hey, what? Take it.
What the hell are you doing?
You get 10 cents a mile deposit, you know what I figure, hey, a buck is a buck, man, you know?
Comics.
Yeah, I'll just set up the backup lights and then we're out of here. You got it.
Anyone see what happened to the driver?
No, sir.
Al, are you there?
Hey, any luck?
No, she was long gone before I got here. But I think I know how to find her. Can you access the schedule for National Bus Line?
Sure.
National. I used to work for them during the summer when I was a kid. Well, what do you want to know?
You've got my location. When was the last bus scheduled to stop here?
Well, how the hell would I know? I was a mechanic.
10 this morning, Cole.
Heading south, right?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Lucky guess.
So anyways, like, just call me a domestic goddess.
I just can't do it, Captain. I don't have the power.
That's really good. Darling, I've worked all over the world. I didn't want to slap the cop. I need new material.
Couldn't you have been a little more discriminating in the number of prints you collected?
Hey, next time you squirrel around the club floor drenched in beer, okay?
Look familiar?
Yeah.
Yet this guy had absolutely no sense of humor.
Well, he does have a couple of outstanding warrants.
Yeah, it's traffic ticket stuff. This guy's not in Metcalf's league.
Oh, I hope this isn't the waitress. Oh, now this guy. This guy had a terrific sense of humor, not to mention one hell of a right cross. He was sitting at Metcalf's table.
Hyatt Griffith, one of Metcalf's most effective employees.
His rap sheet just shows a couple of illegal gun possession charges.
That's because he's the best at his game. The word is this guy pulls down major bucks for contract killings. Cole, you copy?
Cole here.
It looks like Metcalf's brought in another hitter.
The cleanup man, huh?
Yeah. Once you locate Sammy Taylor,
Keep your eyes open for Hyatt Griffith. He's 5'11", 195.
brown eyes.
And dresses like an urban cowboy.
I hit her out of Houston. I know his rep.
Have you gotten a beat on Sammy yet?
I think I'm closing in on her.
My friend Irma is so dumb. She thinks the Gettysburg Address is
Where Abraham Lincoln left his hat.
not bad. Maybe you should write all my material.
You can't afford me. What's going on?
I don't know.
Why didn't you wait for me at the hotel?
Oh, Mama, don't you go back again with Billy Ray? Everyone in the trailer park knows that he's nothing but a two-timing white trash Romeo.
That's very cute, kid.
You can't drag me back there. Haven't we suffered enough at your hands?
Off the bus, sir.
Look, I'm a special investigator attached to Metropole.
Oh, Billy Ray, are you pulling that fake police ID thing again?
Okay, that's it. I got a schedule to keep, so Billy Ray or Billy Bob or whoever you are, get the hell off my bus. Take your family with you.
So how did you find me, Sherlock?
You parked your car across from the bus stop.
Yeah, but that wasn't the only bus.
It was the only one heading south. Fun and sun, man, that's for me. It's gonna be kind of a tight fit here.
Story of our life.
You know, I'm sorry about what happened on the bus, but I was just trying to protect my mom.
That's all I'm trying to do too, kid.
Last time I was this scrunched up in a car, I was in the back seat with your father. I think that's how we ended up with you.
Mom.
Actually, that's how I ended up with your father, but that's a whole nother story. Have you gained some weight? I think I'm starting to feel some roads scraping my butt.
You want to sit on my lap?
Yeah, sure, then Cole can arrest me for squashing my own son.
He would not. She's not fat, is she, Mr. Cole?
She looks fine to me.
I'm really sorry, but I'll be right out.
Okay?
Why?
Well, you haven't cracked a joke in at least 10 minutes.
I can't do this.
You have to do this.
If Vince Metcalf had that Fed killed, what's to stop him from doing the same thing to me? Or Ben?
I'll tell you what's to stop him. Your testimony. Putting him behind bars for the rest of his life.
You know, it's not me I'm worried about. I mean, Ben thinks this is just another wacky adventure with his zany mom. But he didn't see that guy murdered in the club.
Metcalf's not interested in Ben. He wants to silence the witness. And that's you.
That kid is the only decent thing I ever did in my whole life.
That's why you're gonna get back in this car. Put yourself into protective custody.
You're not gonna let me walk away from this, are you?
No, I'm not. Neither is Metcalf.
So where is she?
She and her kid were delivered to the federal building half an hour ago.
She should be dead by now.
Your people screwed up.
Well, I guess you're just gonna have to unscrew it.
Look, it's getting too hot for me. Besides, the special task force is involved now. I'm out of here.
Stupid little scumbag. You really think you're out of this? You're in it up to your neck. Okay.
So how do we get to her?
This afternoon at 4, they're moving her to a safe house.
Where?
I don't have that information. All I know is that she is moving out of the rear entrance of the federal building, okay?
What about this task force?
They delivered the witness. Their job is done. Besides, Catlett doesn't trust him.
But he trusts you.
Hey guys, apparently Interpol is after Hyatt Griffith for the murder of a South African jewel courier in Paris.
Says the killer used a high-powered rifle and a scope. That's Griffith's M.O. And he's supposed to be a dead shot.
That's going to make Sammy Taylor a lot harder to protect.
Agent Catlett's office. No, sir, he's not here at the moment.
Miss Taylor and her son left with them just a few moments ago.
All right, thanks. Damn it.
What?
Come on.
Attention all units, in position for transfer. Okay, come ahead.
I'll get it.
Get out!
All units, code 3. All units, code 3. 63rd Main. Shooter on the roof.
You guys okay?
I think so.
We need to get you out of here.
Get him back inside, Catlett.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Just do it.
All right, in the car. You're going to the safe house.
No, we're not going anywhere.
Listen, Miss Taylor.
That's the second time that Cole saved my life. It's the second time that you risked it. And he says Ben and I wait. We're waiting because obviously he's more qualified than you are to protect us.
Miss Taylor.
I'm going to meet the backup downstairs and secure the building.
Go ahead, but I think we're a little late for that.
You guys okay?
Sure. I'm used to dodging bullets. Do it every time I get on stage.
How about you?
I'm okay.
I'm not going to let anything happen to you. You know that.
Good, because I thought maybe you were still a little ticked off at me for trying to bop you on the head with that coffee pot back at the motel. Not to mention the bus incident.
The bus I'm cool with, but why you attacked me at the hotel confuses me. You must have known I was coming for you.
Truthfully, when you showed up solo, I kind of panicked. Because they said there was going to be a policewoman with you.
Who said?
That guy at the DA's office, Fisher.
Shooter made a clean break.
Where's Fisher?
I just left him in the hall.
Fisher, did you tell Sammy Taylor to look for 2 officers? A man and a woman?
The couple on the bikes? It was a setup.
What the hell are you doing?
We're plugging a leak.
He's insane.
Metcalf's been ahead of us every step of the way. And you're the one who's been tipping him off.
How much was Metcalf paying you?
Fisher. My God, you're the one who gave up Elias.
He wasn't supposed to go this far.
You son of a bitch.
Let him do it. It doesn't matter anyway. I know where I'm going.
You get religion right now. Maybe we'll get you some leniency.
What do I have to do? The same double cross you've been working for Metcalf.
Only this time, you'll be working for us.
Hey, guys. You all set to go, buddy?
I'm not going.
Come on, Ben. Don't make it more difficult than it already is. It's the safest place for you right now.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going. I'm staying here with you.
Look, pal, if I say you're going, you're going. And I don't care if I have to embarrass you in front of Mr. Cole with a swift smack on your butt. You're going. You got it?
Yes, Mom.
Okay, good. And give me a hug. I love you.
You married?
Nope. How about you?
Just haven't found the right girl yet.
Me neither.
What do you look for in a girl?
I don't know. Attractive, smart, good sense of humor.
My mom's all that.
Yes, she is.
But she's not your type, right?
Look, Ben, your mom's got a lot more on her mind than having a relationship with me or anyone else. The most important thing to her right now is to make sure that you don't get caught up in the middle of something that she witnessed.
Yeah, I know.
She hasn't told you about anything she saw, has she?
No?
Good. The less you know, the better.
How long do I have to stay here?
Just until your mom testifies in front of the grand jury tomorrow.
So then we get our reward money and those killers go to jail?
So your mom did talk to you about what she saw?
Well, maybe just a couple of things.
Like what?
You know, some guy got his neck broken. She saw it. That's all.
Hey, Ben, nice car.
Oh, there's my uncle. Thanks for the ride.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
I told you, he stepped out of the shadows. I think his hair was brown.
Yesterday you said it was black.
Listen, lady, you better know what you're talking about when you get in front of the grand jury.
Hey, did you deliver your package?
Safe and sound. How's it going?
She's still got a load of inconsistencies in her testimony.
Everything was going so fast. I can't keep it all straight.
Well, Ben got it straight.
Ben, what are you talking about?
It must have been stuff you told him. Like the time of the murder, how dark the room was, or how you heard the cop's neck snap when they broke it.
That's bull. I never said anything about a cop's neck snapping.
That's because you didn't have to tell him, isn't it, Sammy? Ben's the real witness, isn't he?
If Ben witnessed the murder, he's the one who has to testify.
No way. If they find him, they'll kill him.
Just calm down. Metcalf doesn't know that Ben saw the killing.
And when Fisher meets with Metcalf in the morning, we'll find out what his next move is.
Dear Ben, may all your adventures be happy ones. Love, Mom. Where'd this come from?
Janitor found it yesterday.
Where?
Under a chair in the dressing room.
Hey, Joey.
Yeah,
You still got that steakhouse going at the Judicial Building?
24 hours like you asked. She hasn't been moved out of there.
Is her kid still with her?
Oh, that task force guy in the Viper, he took him somewhere yesterday.
Hello?
Yeah, Griffith.
What's going on?
We've been after the wrong witness.
Who are we looking for?
You're going to school.
Allie, you got a clear signal?
Yeah, the wire's working great.
All right, start the recording.
I'm supposed to meet with Vince.
Mr. Metcalf sends his regrets. He got called away on business.
Well, then I guess I'll be going.
I don't think you'll be going anywhere.
Let's go in.
Frankie, call Metropole for backup.
I just don't want to do this.
Wrong.
Let him go. On the ground. You, come around the bar.
You got a hearing problem, Tiny? All right, keep him covered. I'm gonna go do a quick search. Who's after Ben?
And I want you all to read chapter 14 tonight and be prepared for a quiz tomorrow. Okay, 210. All right, don't forget your compasses tomorrow. We're gonna need them.
It's him.
Get out of here, Ben. Run! Run! Somebody call the police!
Get out of my way.
Over here, let's go, kid. Let's go, so let's get the lad out.
Looks like we got here in time. Griffiths on the roof. We need a diversion.
We can't use any weapons with all these kids around.
We'll think of something.
it easy, kid. We're just going for a little ride. Put down the gun.
Let him go, Metcalf.
You don't hear so good, do you? I said put down the gun.
I'll get you, kid. Go bet on it.
She's cool. Did you see that car?
Where?
It was really cool. Maybe even cooler than yours.
Maybe I ought to get one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sammy Taylor!
Thank you. I know some of you who have seen me before will be sad to hear that I've decided to give up my career as a stand-up comedian. It wasn't that bad. Anyway, you can't get rid of me that easy, though, because I now own this joint.
Isn't it great? No more life on the road. We get to live in a real house now instead of motel rooms.
Yeah, it is great, Ben.
Eat lots of food and drink a lot because I have a kid to send through private school. Tonight we have one of the hottest comics around. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one, the only Frankie Waters!
I want to hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Sammy Taylor. Sammy Taylor? The woman who invented karaoke comedy. Hey, tonight this chubby white guy will be doing Mom's Making His Greatest Hits, so why don't you come on down here?
Opening 10 beautiful new Bradleys around Washington. What a capital idea. Difference? Could you explain that? I certainly could, but just take a look.
And the difference?
How about a statement? I'd love to state Bradley's has the best selection, quality, and name brand.
But the difference, Mrs. B.
Oh, yes, an important difference. Bradley's low prices, and you can quote me on that.
Don't miss our big sale this week at all 10 Bradleys.
Bradley's the department store with a difference. Child world, let's take a look and see.
Fashion candy from Mego, complete with Sweetheart Compact. Our price $6.97. And on sale this week, Shoppers Max Machine Nighthawk. The sound control band, just $13.99. Coleco's head-to-head electronic sports games. One for every major sport, only $29.88 each. And as Peter Panda says, it's so nice to know that prices are low and shopping is friendly and fun.
Everything I do is so cheapy.
So, I hope you guys still like Viper. I know I do. And I still want to hear what's your favorite Star Trek person and or episode. But, you know, I'm sitting there and I'm putting this show together and I was like, man, I'll put some She-Wolf of London in here. And then I sit there and I'm like, yeah, maybe not. No, yeah, okay, let's put She-Wolf in here. And I'm like, I don't think this show really got a good shake, at least locally. I mean, I don't know. Some people told me it was on during the daytime in your area. Literally, I know it ended up on Sci-Fi Channel, but when this thing originally dropped, I think it was on like the middle of the night locally syndicated. A lot of our syndicated shows were either like Sunday afternoon from like noon to like 6. You could watch syndicated television, or literally like at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
syndication was weird, man. I remember watching Babylon 5 on TV, and it was horrible when it was just in syndication before it went to TNT. But literally, you'd watch it one day, and it would be on at like 6 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday, and then the following week it would be on like at 1:30 a.m. on a Friday night. There was no consistency. And I get it. It was probably just there to like fill space, but it's just a shame. Because I'd set my VCR, this is how old I am. I'd set my VCR and have it, and I'd come home and I'd like, why is there a soccer game on? What am I watching? And you record it for an hour and you have nothing. Or you record it and you get like, the last 15 minutes is the first 15 minutes of an episode because it's on at a weird time. So I always hated syndication, which gives the She-Wolf, because it was in syndication and it was in weird spots locally. So I need to know, where did you have it in like a standard place in your syndicated area? So, it was real bad as I'm telling you guys this and telling you to send me a message, and then if this ends up on the Monster Channel people are like, what are they talking about? No. So here you guys go. This is She-Wolf of London, episode 8. Enjoy.
Academic history. That was Monumental Pictures in Hollywood, Dad. They want to buy my book. But then the dead started walking the earth and eating human flesh. I couldn't do that. I had a disagreement with my department head, Dr. Stevens.
I hope this book makes you very wealthy. Because you won't be receiving a salary from this university anymore.
This is Charlie Bodine, the producer I was telling you about. Charlie Bodine arrived from Hollywood.
I can't tell you how happy I am to be here.
Pig.
Is this any way to treat the man you love?
Wait a minute. And he turned out to be Randy's old lover, who didn't really want my book. He wanted her. You know each other. I had another spat with Dr. Stevens, who discovered the ancient staff of Gilgamesh.
I will have dominion over the whole world of the dead.
You'll need the third bolt for that. And it's in the British Museum. Heavily guarded.
Against the living.
Randy, tell me. Then, if that wasn't enough...
Ian, oh my God. No, please. No.
I got killed.
I'm not leaving.
And Randy refused to go back to the United States.
Not going. Not now, not ever. So let's just drop it, okay? There's a full moon coming. Doesn't anybody realize that?
Okay, Randy. You've made your point. The discussion is over. We won't talk about it anymore. Agreed?
So naturally, Charlie drugged her and put her on the plane anyway.
Why the devil was she so concerned about the full moon?
All in all, I've had better weeks.
Right here, babe.
Where am I?
About 15,000 feet over the Los Angeles basin.
I'm in an airplane.
Relax. In an hour, we're going to be walking on a beach in the moonlight.
Moonlight?
What's the matter with you?
I've got to get off this plane.
We're going to be on the ground in 20 minutes.
That's too late.
Read this. It's a terrific article on sperm whales.
Do you want everyone to die? Oh! Is everything all right?
She's just not feeling very well. Terrific fear of heights. Can't leave the ground conscious.
Please, listen to me. You've got to understand. I'm about to become violently ill. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Here, just sit back, sit, and enjoy the full moon.
You've got to get me off this plane.
Please, miss, get a hold of yourself. Haven't you got any more of those tranquilizers?
Please get out. Please get out.
Hey, what's going on? She's a little dramatic, but that's the girl I love.
Please return to your seats.
What was that?
Captain, we have trouble. A crazy woman's locked herself in the lavatory, and there's a dog loose in the cargo hold.
I hate weekend flights. Get us priority landing clearance.
LA Tower. This is Flight 357 with you. Roman inbound. Have you seen my girlfriend?
She probably took a seat. Now, please, bring your seat back to its full upright position.
Yeah, I'll just take a check.
And plant your bottom down before I kick it across the plane. Thank you.
So much for the friendly skies.
This is your captain speaking. It appears that a small dog
has escaped from its cage in the cockpit.
Oh, poor little thing.
Please remain seated and enjoy the rest of your flight. We hope you'll have a pleasant stay in the sunny Southland. Doggy Myers.
Make your way to the nearest exit.
Sorry.
Excuse me. You're impeding the orderly deplaning of the passengers.
I'm looking for my girlfriend.
Look for her outside the plane.
Don't mess with me, honey. I'm a Prestige Club frequent flyer, all right?
And I am a ticked-off black belt.
I'm in the way here?
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry.
Nice going.
can't believe how much I miss her. She was more than our guest or Ian's student.
She was just like one of our family.
No. She contributed something for her room and board.
I contribute. I'm the moral censor of this household.
Wouldn't catch her slipping a Mickey into somebody's drink and then sticking them on a plane to the States.
It was for her own good, you little hellion.
It was, wasn't it? I mean, we did do the right thing, didn't we?
No, you didn't. But you meant well.
Oh! Welcome back.
She's only been gone 2 days.
So how's everything back home?
I was too busy running around to notice.
Can you forgive us?
As long as you don't raise my rent.
Oh!
I could face my curse before because I knew that you were always going to be there, you know? When I changed and when I came back. I don't know if I can make it without you. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Glad? That man drugged me and put me on a plane to L.A.
They were all to blame for that.
It was his idea.
We didn't tell you that.
You didn't have to. Who in the hell do you think you are?
My flight was fine, thank you. The jet lag's killing me.
Not before I do, it won't. Have you ever heard of the Constitution? Free will? Common human decency?
Your behavior is way out of line.
My behavior?
Do you have any idea the pain you've caused me?
You?
First, you freak out, lock yourself in a bathroom, then you disappear in a crowd and skip the country without so much as so long sailor.
You kidnapped me. Am I supposed to thank you for that?
Do you know how many hours I spent searching for you? Do you realize how worried I was? I mean, this is no way to treat a loving boyfriend.
You make me sick. You are not my boyfriend. You are a two-bit terrorist.
What I am is someone who cares about you. Would I be here if I didn't? All right, maybe my methods weren't the greatest, but all I want is what's best for you.
Don't you think I have a say in what's best for me?
Of course you do. Randy, after the funeral, you went nuts. I mean, wacko, hysterical bananas. You should have seen yourself. You were practically baying at the moon.
Oh, Charlie.
What? Is it a peeping Tom? Is it that little creep Julian? I'll kill that little pervert.
No, it's me. It's me. I'm just not ready for this.
It's Ian, isn't it?
Yes. No, it's just too much. Too soon. So,
There was something between you two you haven't told me about, huh?
no. Yes. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. It's just, well, that's part of what's been bothering me, but I think I just need some time to work it out before I can, well, you know.
Good night.
Oh, Ian!
It's me.
But you're dead.
I'm not thrilled about it either. Oh!
Yes?
Randy?
Yes?
You all right? I heard you scream.
Yes! I, stubbed my toe. Yes. You know what a klutz I am.
Want me to kiss it, make it better?
No, maybe some other time. Sweet dreams.
But...
He looks good.
You're dead and you're still jealous.
Very tasty. Oh my God. I am dead.
Listen to me. It doesn't matter. Dead or alive, all that matters is that you're with me.
I'd rather be alive.
You know, if you didn't smell so bad, I'd think I was dreaming.
I'm dangerous. I don't belong with you. I don't belong at all.
Listen, look, I've lost you once already. I'm not going to lose you again. Now just stay here with me, okay? Please. I'll help you find a cure for this, I promise.
Sounds familiar.
Now we have something in common.
I'm dead. You're a werewolf. What a delightful couple. Imagine our children.
Look, there is hope. If you're here, that means that bitch isn't dead.
She killed me.
She's still trying to find the third lightning bolt to complete the staff of Gilgamesh. That's how we'll catch her. And we'll cure you. Maybe even both of us.
Professor. Not a zombie. Food. You've no reason to give in to this bloodlust. Hungry. You controlled your urges when you were alive. You can certainly control them when you're dead. On the other hand, one little snack can't hurt.
Ian. No.
Hungry.
I know you're hungry. I know. But just try to think past that right now. Try and remember. Think. You're Ian Matheson. Professor. You're my friend.
God. What have I become?
Oh.
Ian! Ian! Ian!
What's all this then?
It's Ian. We have to find him. I think that he might...
It's all right. I understand. I miss him too. Earlier tonight, I woke and heard him crying.
Crying?
He wanted his dad to bring him some chocolate and milk. He was 2 years old. It was a dream, just like yours.
Legends say that Babylonian King Gilgamesh stole the staff crowned with 3 golden lightning bolts from Dark Lord Utnapishtim, who ruled the world of the dead with it. Over the centuries, the staff was broken and dispersed due to the vagaries of time and war. All that is left is this golden lightning bolt, one of the 2 known to be in existence.
Incredible, isn't it?
You kidding? It's the hottest pitch I've heard in months. Bruce Willis is written all over it.
Exclusive range of
Hi,
Gilgamesh
babe. Charlie. Yeah, skip in.
Of course, the entire story of the staff is told in our lavishly illustrated exhibit catalogue, available for purchase in the museum gift shop. Any questions?
Yeah. What happened to the other lightning bolt?
It was stolen last week from a private antiquities dealer.
How hard would it be to steal this one?
Actually, it wouldn't be hard at all. It would be impossible. No living thing could get past our security system.
What about other things?
This display is protected by armed guards. Round-the-clock surveillance, infrared sensor beams, pressure plates under the floor, and motion detectors in the ceiling. Dust particles can't get through without being detected. And if anyone got their hands on the artifact, they'd be shocked.
Stunned by their success?
Stunned by 50,000 volts of electricity coursing through their body. If stealing it sounds too difficult, we have a beautiful plastic replica available for only £5 in the museum gift shop. Now, if you'll just follow me this way, we have King Gilgamesh's bronze loincloth.
So glad you decided to publish and perish.
I always thought of hell as an eternal faculty meeting listening to your jokes. It seems I was right. Only half right, Doctor.
You're not going to last until eternity. In fact, your brain has already started its irreversible decay. In just a few short hours, you will be incapable of any thought more complex than
hungry.
Exactly. I have plans for you.
I'll die first.
You already have. You're going on a little field trip to the British Museum.
Third golden lightning bolt.
See how it pays to hire smart help.
What makes you think I'll bring it back?
Oh, just a hunch. So what do you say to my little plan?
I'll see you in hell first.
Now, what do you say to my little plan?
Yes, Master.
Of course, the entire story is told in our lavishly illustrated exhibit catalog, which is available downstairs for purchase in our museum gift shop. Are there any questions?
Yeah. What is so fascinating about that old hunk of scrap?
Excuse me. Feel free to take pictures. I will be right back. What's the big idea?
It was a legitimate question. Randy, what are you doing here?
I'm fascinated by Gilgamesh.
So see the movie. It'll be out next Christmas. You're gonna love the car chase through the Vatican.
They needed experienced, educated guides with a strong background in mythology.
Nuh-uh. They needed warm bodies to pedal bronze G-strings at $3 an hour.
No one asked you to take every single tour.
Well, I'm fascinated by you. Besides, you haven't answered my question.
I had to get my mind off Ian. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Follow me, ladies and gentlemen. Right this way. This is the silver dagger of Gilgamesh, which he later used in a fight to the death with the nefarious Lord Helgamite of... look at the time. We're closed. Gotta go. Come on, everybody. Run! Run! I need cover!
Prepare her for her destiny. Glad you could make it. The ceremony requires a human sacrifice, and we didn't have a chance to send out invitations.
Oh my God.
Why despair? You are about to take part in a monumental event. My ascension to power. And complete dominion over the dead.
I'd rather watch.
Your participation is vital. Your life force shall be consumed by the staff. And with it, I shall infuse the dead with flesh and blood.
I'm dead.
Zombie army massacre in British Museum. Living dead. Culture vultures or vulture bait.
Do you think it is possible to come back from the dead?
Johnny Osmond did.
I told you not to bring this trash into my house, you old cow. Now look what you've done.
If it is possible to come back from the dead, then maybe our son isn't really gone forever after all.
He is, Mum. I wish he weren't, but we both know he is.
I didn't write the news. I only told you what it says.
What it says is a lot of garbage. I don't want to hear any more talk about zombies in this house, or the living dead, or Ronnie Osgood, whoever that is.
It's Johnny Osmond.
Say that again and you'll have soap for supper, young man. Dead is...
Hi, Dad. Hi, Mum. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I knew that Dr. Stevens was after the lightning bolt, but I couldn't prove it. So I faked my own death and dogged her every move.
Well, why didn't you go to the police?
And say what? That the respected scholar who just fired me was plotting to steal the British Museum's most prized antiquity?
Yes! And next time you're dead, you better be. Or I'll kill you myself.
It's a deal.
So how'd you do it?
It wasn't easy. To maintain the ruse that I was dead, I had to live in the shadows. I had to become the shadows as I tracked my evil and cunning adversary.
It must have been hell.
Living hell. But I had a responsibility to my country, to my profession, and to my fellow man to foil this insidious plot.
Elsa drives a hard bargain. I think she took advantage of my delirium, but I've got the movie rights to Ian's life story, so...
If the check clears. I'll just glance at the fine print one more time before you go.
You're leaving?
Yeah, I've been here a couple of weeks. Hollywood time, that's centuries. So I want to get back before I'm ancient history.
Well, don't bother asking me to go.
I won't.
You won't?
I know what I've lost.
Incredible.
You're not in love with me anymore.
And it was tight to the death.
And nobody 2 times Charlie Bodine, all right? I'll always love you, Randy. But, alas, from afar.
Oh, Charlie. Just don't make it too far, okay?
There seem to be a few zeros missing.
Oh, typographical error.
Fatal error. Oh, yeah.
Enter Ian Stryker, a brawny, world-weary adventurer, whose chiseled good looks only hint at this man's endless reserve of inner strength.
Doesn't sound like a mythology textbook to me.
Far from it.
Ian Stryker, Professor of Danger.
Well, Skip felt that Matheson wasn't a strong, action-orientated kind of name. Then again, he's never met me.
So you're already writing the screenplay. Don't you think you're getting just a little bit ahead of yourself?
My life story is too good to languish on a shelf. I know there'll be a movie. Perhaps even a TV series.
Get real. So am I in it?
In a big way. But you'll have to wait to see it on the silver screen.
Randy enters the classroom in her typically clumsy manner.
It's a rough draft.
She can't take her eyes off him as she settles in her desk. Her large, full breasts,
very rough.
Heaving with each wanton, lusty breath of unrequited desire.
I said your part was a big one.
Well, it's about to be cut.
Diamonds are on sale at 30% off. Let our knowledgeable salespeople guide you through this exquisite collection. Every Legant diamond is hand-selected for radiance and color, skillfully cut for maximum brilliance, then set in 14-karat white or yellow gold. Diamonds in every style are now 30% off, so it's the perfect time to use Ward's layaway plan for Christmas. Legant Diamonds, yours exclusively from Montgomery Ward.
Just in time for back to school, it's a grand opening of the kids store at Montgomery Ward. All across America, they're celebrating with great prices on brand name fashions. You'll find low prices every day on Gaetano, Lee, Billy the Kid, and the kids store guarantees will match any store's advertised sale price, even on Kotler, Sasan, and more. Make a stop at the grand opening celebration of all kids stores. Montgomery Ward, the brand name savings store.
So, I hope you guys still like She-Wolf of London. Yeah, I do. And Love and Curses. I don't know. She-Wolf. One of these days, I'm going to figure out how to make it so that you're no matter how bad it is, your glasses never get dirty. That would be so freaking awesome. And I hate having to wear glasses, but it's something that's now a thing that I have to do or I cannot read. We'll go to restaurants and I have to like hand that stuff to my wife because I don't remember my glasses. And Tina's like, "Didn't bring them, did you?" No. Joe makes fun of me. Or I take out my phone and take a picture of it and blow it up so I can read it. Does anybody else do that? So here we go, guys. We're going back to a show that I started airing and then sort of let drift off, but I'm not letting it drift off anymore. We're bringing you some more Starman. You know, it's so weird watching, him go from Airplane to Starman, a really pretty serious drama. But he does. He does such a good job. And I do love him in Airplane. I really think it's time for this to get a reboot or a revisit. Like go back. Go back. Dude, you can go back to the John Carpenter version and bring it all the way back. Because all them guys are still around. Let them do that. John Carpenter, if you're listening, watching him, which I know you're not, you need to bring back Starman. Bring it back. Come on. You're telling me people wouldn't be... Come on. Jeff Bridges would come back. Kristen Allen. Just bring it back. Give it to us. So here you guys go. This is Starman episode 9. And it's Society's Pet. Enjoy.
mother was my friend.
What do you want from me?
I want to help you.
I'll bring you the alien. The creature, the being right on your table. You really are my father.
Yes.
You think we'll ever find my mom?
We'll find her.
Open the door.
We're trapped.
What do we do?
I don't know.
Come on, open up. I know you're in there. Open up.
There seems to be only one of them.
You hope.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go.
What's the matter with you? You nuts! No!
Get our gear.
Oh, no, not again. I've been chasing you for weeks. Stay put for 5 minutes, will you?
Who are you?
The back pocket wallet.
Seymour McGillis, private investigator?
Is this the way you treat a guy bringing you good news?
What do you mean, good news?
How about letting me up? Sometimes I gotta ask myself why I ever got into this profession. All right, now. I'm gonna reach into my pocket for a paper, okay? Are you Scott Hayden?
That depends.
And your foster parents were Kent and Eileen Lockhart?
Maybe.
Hey, kid, I'm trying to get some answers here.
What is this about?
Let me see your neck. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I guess you're the right Scott Hayden.
Right for what?
It's an address in California.
Is this a joke or something?
That, my suspicious friend, is your ticket to 10 grand.
10 grand what?
Dollars?
10,000 big ones. You're the beneficiary of your foster father's insurance policy.
$10,000?
Where is this 10 grand?
That address there is Kent Lockhart's sister. She's the executrix of his estate. Go see her. Boy, am I glad this is over. Kid, I've been chasing you all over the maps. Why'd you move around so much anyway?
Well, we like to see new things.
Oh, now you can head straight for the moon. By the way, when I was knocking just now, who were you expecting? Al Capone?
Well, he got himself involved with a married woman. You know how it is.
No, but I wish I did. Well, good luck, kid. Enjoy your inheritance. Just don't spend it all in one place.
$10,000.
A married woman?
I'm sorry, okay? It's the first thing that came to mind. Thanks. I'll be getting my learner's permit pretty soon. We can get 2 cars. Red one for me and a blue one for you.
Maybe we should use the money to send you to college.
Okay, you can have the red one. This has got to be it.
Well, I've seen pictures of farms before, but I've never been on a real one.
Well, there's farms and farms, I guess.
Well, there's a horse, but I don't see the farm.
Let's follow that guy.
Come on.
Come on.
Hello.
Hello. What's the matter? You never seen a horse before?
Well, I've never been this close to one. They're bigger than I thought. Are you Antonia Wayburn?
No, I'm Samantha. I imagine Antonia's up at the house.
Does she, work up there or something?
Or something.
May I help you? I'm Paul Forrester. We're looking for Antonia Wayburn.
I'm Mitchell. And you must be Scott Hayden. We've been expecting you. This way. If you would wait here, gentlemen, Mrs. Wayburn will be with you in a moment.
Do you know who that was?
Yes, that was Mitchell.
That was a real live butler.
Antonia Wayburn?
Guess not. I wonder what she does here. I mean, my foster parents never talked about her.
I hope she works in the kitchen, because I am starving.
Guests in my home never starve.
You're...
Antonia Wayburn.
Oh, hello.
Scott. Hello and welcome. Good heavens, you are beautiful. Or should I say handsome? Let me have a better look at you. I cannot believe my independent brother never sent me another photograph of you. He knew I loved children.
I'm Scott's father, Paul.
Forrester. Of course. How lovely to meet you.
It's lovely to meet you, too. Are you the one that has Scott's 10 grand?
Blunt, aren't we? Never mind. I respect someone who comes straight to the point. And I expected no less from you. Why don't we discuss the details after dinner, shall we? You must be exhausted after your long journey.
I feel fine, really.
Oh, but you will feel even better after you have freshened up.
I guess so, yeah.
Mitchell will see you to your rooms.
Very good, madam. If there's nothing else, gentlemen, dinner will be served promptly at 8, and you needn't dress. If I may put a small flea in your ear, punctuality is in order. Madam runs, as they say, a tight ship.
This place is really something.
Well, there are farms, and there are farms, I guess. We better get out of these clothes. I am hungry.
What do you mean?
Well, you heard what Mitchell said. We needn't dress.
Dad, I think what he was talking about...
I can't always.
What's the matter? You've never seen an artichoke before?
I never realized how complicated they are.
It's because you never stood next to one.
Oh, Samantha, you have a full day tomorrow. I think you will want a clear head. Yeah, tell me.
Your mother takes very good care of you, doesn't she?
Time for school?
Oh, she's not really my mother. Everybody just thinks she is, I guess, because she treats me like I were her daughter.
How do you manage your education, traveling as much as you do?
Well, you know how it is. Whenever I have a job that keeps us in one place for a while, then Scott goes to school.
Oh, I see. An interesting concept. But then you've had an unusual life, haven't you, Mr. Forrester?
Everyone's life is interesting and unusual, don't you think?
You're too modest. The romantic photographer, dashing from adventure to adventure, one step ahead of whatever. A perfect life for a child, is it not? My late husband had a weakness for Renoir. Now, this little landscape is terribly overbid, of course. But Leonard could be quite ruthless when he wanted something. How about you, Mr. Forrester?
I never saw a Renoir I didn't like.
I expected you to have a photographer's eye for great art.
I think all this stuff's great.
Well, so do I. Now, which do you think is my favorite?
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to say my goodnights now. I have a lot of work I need to get done, and...
Oh, Sam, I was hoping... Well, didn't you tell me you play tennis?
Yeah, a little, not very good.
Oh, I'm sure Samantha will give you a good game, won't you, dear? Oh, if you have the time.
Of course.
I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I didn't mean to break it.
My son has a lot of energy.
Run along, Scott. There are tennis clothes in your room.
Sorry.
Good night.
It was an accident. He didn't mean to break it.
It's all right. Fortunately, it wasn't an important piece.
Quite right, madam. There's another just like it. In the Louvre, if I'm not mistaken.
Mitchell. Children are like young horses. They need space to run and jump and grow. Scott is no different.
Well, are we going to discuss the details now?
Why not? It will not take long. Shall we go to the library? Please. Did you enjoy the dinner?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Good. I will be brief. I will give you the $10,000, and you will leave.
Yes, I know. We plan to.
No, not we. You. You are going to leave.
What do you mean?
I know all about you, Mr. Forrester. I have had you investigated up, down, and inside out. What I mean is, Scott is going to stay here with me, and there is nothing you can do about it. I will keep Scott here with me and raise him as he should be raised.
You can't do that. I raise him as he should be raised. It's why I'm here. He's my son.
Ah, but is he? Can you prove it? From what I understand, Scott's father was a Wisconsin house painter named Hayden.
I don't have to prove it to anyone except Scott.
He knows I'm his father, and that's all that matters.
Well, then, perhaps you can explain why he prefers the name Hayden. Why doesn't he call himself Scott Forrester?
His mother. He likes Hayden because his real mother
I know
is...
all about her, too. She made her decision a long time ago. Now it is your turn. Shall we drop the pretense, Mr. Forrester? What kind of father would subject a child to your kind of life? Rootless, moving from place to place, never a chance to settle down and have a normal life, meeting God knows what kind of people.
His sort of life is with me. What kind of person would separate a father from his son? We don't need your money.
Think about Scott for once. Look around you. Can you offer him any of this?
I can offer him me. He doesn't need any of this.
Really? Will you send him to the right schools? Will you see that he meets the best people? Will you give him the security and the stability that I will? Think about that, Mr. Forrester.
Great. Now relax. Just like... What hurts? Well, it's supposed to hurt. Don't worry. After a while, it won't. Keep your back straight. Keep it up. Chin up. Chin up. Great. You look good. You look great. Come on. Come on, baby. Good boy. You look great.
Kind of like riding a bicycle.
Without the handlebars. Keep the heels down.
I need to talk to Scott.
Sure, okay. Whoa. Whoa. Come on. You only bought a one-ride ticket. As a good boy. You look great, though.
Samantha says you're a natural writer.
She's just being nice.
Oh, she means it. You like it here, don't you?
Sure, it's great. I mean, after breakfast this morning, Mitchell asked me to tell him what I wanted for lunch. Like he'd make anything I wanted. And if they didn't have it here, then he'd go to the city to get it. Is that luxury or what?
You'd like to stay here, wouldn't you?
Sure, who wouldn't, but how could we?
I meant that you'd stay.
What do you mean I'd stay? What about you?
I'd have to leave.
That's crazy. Who told you that?
Antonia Wayburn.
Well, that's crazy. You go, I go. I'm not staying anywhere without you.
Think about the life you have. She can give you a lot more than I can.
Is that what you want? Are you trying to get rid of me?
What do you think?
Besides, how long do you think it'd last without me to take care of you?
Is that what you do?
Are you kidding? Let's go up and get our stuff. But want to know something else? This jacket, it scratches and it's itchy.
Yes, operator. A person-to-person call to a Mr. George Fox.
Yes. I understand. Mrs. Wayburn, the main thing is to keep him off guard.
Wiley?
He's unpredictable. I consider that dangerous. Mrs. Wayburn, could you hold on just one moment, please? Just... Wiley! Please, let me assure you, you are doing the right thing. Your country will thank you, as will I. No. We'll be there. We'll be there in less than 2 hours.
We'll go south, down along the coast. We got along without 10 grand before. We'll manage.
Huh?
We'll find you a jacket just like that one.
Nah. It's not my style. Besides, kind of like yours.
Come in. We're going now. Both of us.
Yes, I know. That is why I'm here. I was stupid and inconsiderate to say what I did last night. Please accept my apology.
We're still going.
I understand. And I don't blame you. But my brother left you $10,000.
We don't need it.
Well, now you are being silly. It will take a day, 2 at the most. Won't you please stay here? I acted reprehensibly, but whether you believe me or not, I was only thinking of Scott's welfare. Let me make it up to you.
Okay. We'll stay. Thank you.
Thank you. I was wrong. I am so glad.
You wanted me to say yes, didn't you?
Well, maybe on second thought, that jacket isn't so scratchy.
Ronaldo, take the gelding for a long walk. Be sure no one sees you.
Well, my mother died when I was about 5, so my father married another woman, I guess to take care of me. Anyway, she and I never really got along from the very beginning, so I never really had a mother that I remember. And we never really had anything, so I feel very lucky to be here. What about your parents?
Oh, they were all energy. Having things, is that lucky?
No, look around you.
Yeah, this is all very comfortable. I mean, anything you want, food or clothing and money for rent, but tell me about the paintings and the vases.
Oh, you'll have to ask Antonio about that. She and her husband were avid collectors, you know.
I don't think she enjoys the paintings and the vases.
I think you're wrong.
Now, what's this?
That's an iris.
That is beautiful. Now, I would collect these.
I think it's interesting the way you react to things. It's like everything you see is brand new.
Well, it is. I think everyone should look at it that way. I've noticed there are people who look, but they don't see what they're looking at.
Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you. I'm worried about Scott.
He's in the game room.
I'm afraid not. He said he wanted to go for a trail ride. Ronaldo saddled the gelding for him. I don't think you were wise.
I didn't know anything about it. I'll go find him.
I wish you would.
We'll both go.
Do you ride?
Like riding a bicycle. Only no handlebars.
We'll find him.
Good.
Are you sure you've ridden before?
Not horses.
There, see? Nothing to it. Let's go.
Ma'am?
Is Scott still in the game room?
Playing billiards, ma'am.
When he finishes, take him to the kitchen. Get him a sandwich or something. But keep him occupied for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no sign of him. You think he could have gone in another direction?
No, this is the only open country near here.
Keep looking, then.
You all right?
Most of me is, yes.
Martin, upstairs. Wiley, down.
Mr. Fox?
Yes. Miss Weber?
Yes.
Where is he?
I beg your pardon?
Forrester. Where is he?
I sent him for a ride. You said not to alert him, to act normally.
Yes, of course. Your house is beautiful.
Thank you. I will be so glad when this is over. It is very upsetting, and I am sure Scott is going to be upset too.
The boy is here.
Yes, he's in the kitchen. He is such a charming young man who deserves more out of life. Once he is living here with me, I will make sure he forgets his unnatural life with Mr. Forrester.
Wiley. The boy Scott is here. He's in the kitchen, which is where?
Down the hall.
Make sure he's all right.
Your office in Washington was rather vague about what Mr. Forrester did.
Yes, I know. Believe me, I know. Now, he'll come in through here.
Yes. What exactly is Mr. Forrester wanted for?
I'm afraid I have to be just as vague as my office, madam, and frankly, you wouldn't want to know. Are there any other entrances to this house besides the usual ones?
No.
Oh.
Would you like some tea?
Tea? I don't think so. Thank you. We'll just wait.
What are you doing?
We need to give them a rest a few minutes. They're not trail mounts. They're not used to any of this.
I know how they feel.
Boy. Here we go.
I also feel uneasy.
I wouldn't worry about him. I'm sure he's fine. So long as he remembers what he learned, he's a natural.
I don't think he could have ridden this far.
Yeah, it's possible.
If it gets dark, I want to keep looking.
Horses don't come with headlights. They don't even like to move in the dark. I once tried to jump a horse at night, and I will never do it again. I went over the hedge. The horse didn't.
Something is not right. I feel it. This is all new to him. Servants and horses and tennis courts.
Could have fooled me. He really made himself at home fast.
Antonia wants to keep him. She wants him to stay here.
Really?
She says he'll be better off here
Then where?
than with me. She wants him to stay alone.
Antonia said that? Oh, I don't believe it.
Oh, I think you're one of those people that looks and doesn't see. She wants to keep him here so she can keep him under control the way she has you under control.
What control?
Everything you do. Where you go and when you go and when you eat, when you sleep.
That isn't true. Antonio's wonderful to me.
As long as you do what she wants.
Well, that's just like any other parent.
She's not your parent, she's your employer.
That's not true. Listen, I don't know what it is that you're getting at, but I don't like it. Not one bit. I'm sorry I blew up.
I understand. I guess I have a way of saying things that make people uncomfortable.
Well, we'll find him. Let's get started.
No, we won't. He's not out here. He never was.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Scott never went for a ride. Antonia wanted me away from the house.
What for?
I don't know. You tell me. Whose idea was it, yours or Antonia?
I don't know what you're talking about. Antonia wouldn't do anything like that. It's a lot of paranoid nonsense.
We're going back.
Are you out of your mind? Tell your men to let him go immediately now.
Sorry, madam. Find a secure room and lock him in at this time.
You did this? You called him? Oh, I don't believe you!
Take him out!
What do you think you are doing? This is my home, and you cannot come in here and start acting like stormtroopers.
Madam, I am here at your invitation, which invitation was not to a tea party.
And it was not for the boy.
No comment.
He could not possibly have done anything to interest the government.
No comment.
Isn't the truth that it is Mr. Forrester you really want, and the boy is just your bait to catch him?
Mrs. Wayburn, you're not going to get anything out of me, and the sooner you realize that, the less painful this is going to be for everyone. Now, we will be out of your life as soon as Mr. Forrester returns.
There are people in the house holding my son. They want me very much. The next time you see Antonia Wayburn, ask her why she sent us on that ride.
I think you're wrong.
Let me out!
Samantha, where is Mr. Forrester?
Who are these people? What's going on?
Where is it, young lady?
He was right. You lied to me. You used me.
Samantha, will you stop this? I will talk to her. I know her, and she will tell me.
She'd better. He's somewhere on this property, and he's not going to leave without his son. We will get him.
Samantha, wait.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say.
Please. Well, you're crying.
I'm just so angry at myself for believing in you. You used me. I thought you really cared. I always thought of you as the mother I never knew.
Oh, my dear.
Don't dear me. I'm not dear anything to you. I know that now. I'm just an employee. I train your horses and I do what I'm told, and if that's the way it's gonna be, fine. But from now on, if you want me to stay, you're gonna pay me a salary just like the rest of your employees. And what I do after working hours is my own business, and that includes when I go to bed and when I get up, and I will buy my own sweaters, thank you. They might not be cashmere, but at least I won't have to kiss your ring for them.
Check the kitchen.
Check it again. I don't want to find you sitting down anymore. I want you to check all the rooms again.
What are you going to do?
They do not want Scott. They want you. Shall I call them? Or will you do the decent thing and give yourself up?
If I do, we'll both lose Scott.
Have it your way.
No, wait, please. Take me somewhere safe where we can talk, and then if you still feel the same way.
All right? Follow me. Before you say anything, Mr. Forrester, please, for one time in your life, put someone else's welfare before your own. I do not know what kind of trouble you are in, but if you give yourself up, I guarantee we'll have the best law firm in this country to defend you. And whatever happens, I will make sure that Scott has everything he could ever want or need, including love.
It's not that simple.
My God! What could be so terrible to face that you would risk that boy's future?
Sit down, Mrs. Wayburn. Please. I'm going to tell you why it's not so simple. And why giving myself up won't guarantee Scott's freedom. You see, you're wrong. George Fox wants us both. And not for anything that we did, but for who we are. I'm not Paul Forrester. I borrowed his body.
Do you think I am a complete fool?
Scott knows this is the truth.
Of course he believes it. Far-off galaxies, the map maker of the universe, cloning bodies from drops of blood. This is a young man's fantasy, something he sees on television or in the movies.
You're making a joke of something that's real.
You are worse than irresponsible. Now more than ever, I am determined to take Scott from you.
Scott is my son. Half of him is me. If we're captured, there's no future for either one of us. Even if they let us live, they'll keep us locked up for the rest of our lives. George Fox is a hunter. He's a man with an obsession. He thinks that we're dangerous, but you know that we're not, Mrs. Wayburn. You can sense that.
Really, Mr. Forrester?
You don't believe me?
Not one word. What are you going to do?
A favor. I don't believe you really care for Scott. I think he's like this vase to you, to own, to show, to display. But when he breaks, Mrs. Wayburn, I won't be there to put him back together.
Not a crack?
No, not a crack.
It was a trick.
You know it wasn't.
No. You call me when he gets back. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. Mrs. Wayburn. Where is he? You know where he is.
I have a proposition for you. I will deliver Paul Forrester in return for Scott Hayden, but without tricks.
You realize you're liable for prosecution.
Take it or leave it.
What can I say? Except that you're swimming in deep and dangerous waters.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes.
There is one condition. I do not trust you. You have lied to me once already. The exchange will be done my way. I have Paul Forrester. You want him. You have Scott Hayden. I want him. We will determine neutral ground, like the East-West Bridge in Berlin. Each will start walking at the same time, crossing in the middle. Agreed?
Agreed.
Cold.
Yeah.
It's almost time.
I can't believe Fox agreed to go through with this exchange.
Well, he did. An indication of how badly he wants you.
I wish there was another way to do this.
You agreed it was the only way.
I know. Scott.
You'll be fine.
Here he is, Mr. Fox. What's going on? Who's over there? Dad? What's going on? What are you doing?
Just call it a little midnight swap meet.
No, don't do it! Don't trust him! Run! Run! Go on!
Don't answer. He'll be fine. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Start him walking.
Wait a minute! Where's Forrester?
Here. I'm right here.
All right. Start walking.
Slow. The word is slowly. It's an adverb.
When you get Forrester, I'll get the kid.
Will you be staying the night, sir?
You double-crossed me.
Oh, and that was your move, wasn't it? I'm so sorry.
It's not over, madam. You can bet the farm on that.
We gotta jump it.
They won't jump in the dark.
Sorry. The hell? Y'all are sus here. Even your jacket.
We did it! By God, we did it!
You know, someone could have let me in on it. I mean, as soon as I reached the middle there and saw who it was coming at me, I thought I was gonna die.
Well, it's a good thing Mitchell thought fast and gave you a hug.
Well, a natural gesture under the circumstances.
Are you going to be all right?
Oh, absolutely. I have my own resources. Besides, I doubt Mr. Fox would want this story circulated around official Washington.
How about you two? Your ride had to take a toll?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, me too, fine.
Well, we better go now.
Take care of yourself. And of Scott. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. You never did say why they were chasing you.
Oh, he told me.
You did?
Yes, it is taxes, dear.
Taxes.
home a puppy for the kids, but he didn't say anything about a St. Bernard puppy.
He needs a bigger car.
No problem.
At Payless, satisfying you is our #1 goal. That's why when you purchase an item at Payless, you can be sure we stand behind everything we sell to your complete satisfaction, or we'll cheerfully make an exchange or refund your money. We're dedicated to serving you better with complete customer satisfaction. That's the Payless way.
When you're searching for something for your little girls or boys, and you're finding high prices, but not finding toys, and you're sad and you're blue and you're tired of running round, let Lionel Play World turn that frown upside down. You've got selection, low prices too. Lionel Play World makes it easy for you. The prices and selection are among the best around. Let Lionel Play World turn that frown upside down.
So, I asked you guys, who's your favorite, person on Star Trek? What's your favorite episode? I'm gonna lie. I like Jonathan Frakes. I'm gonna lie. I had a really fun experience with Jonathan Frakes, so I'm a little lenient on that because he was so super cool to me. Years ago, I am at, Big Comic Con. I can't remember which one it is. I probably would say Mid-Ohio back then. Or maybe Pittsburgh. I couldn't tell you. They all start blurring together as there's so many. But I'm literally waiting outside the restrooms. The Tina went in. I'm on my phone. At that time, it was probably a flip phone. So I'm sitting there talking on the floor, waiting outside, relaxing a little bit, and talking to my mom, asking because she's watching the Brandon and the Joe. Vincent hadn't even been thought of yet, so this is going to tell you how long ago this was. So we're sitting there, and I'm on the floor, and this guy comes in, stands next to me, and he's on his phone. And I'm sitting, he's talking, and I realize this is a really tall gentleman standing next to me. And I go and I shut off my phone, and I look up, and I'm like, holy crap, Captain Riker! And I went, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I was like, I didn't expect you to be standing next to me. Well, Jonathan Frakes was standing next to me making a phone call outside the restroom. Because this convention hall, you went down this longer hallway. So you kind of had some, there wasn't a lot of people there. So it's where you can, I was sitting down literally in the hallway outside. And so anybody that went back there was just going to the restroom. They weren't, actually hanging out. So John, and he's taking a phone call, and he looks at me and he puts his phone down, and he's like, I go, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. And he goes, don't be sorry. You called me captain. I was like, well, technically, since the show's over, you're Admiral Riker. But and he's like, okay. Like, we kind of laughed it off. He shook my hand. He's like, I appreciate it. And I was like, yeah. I was like, my wife got an autograph from your wife. And he's like, well, tell her thank you. And he went on our way. But it was so awkward. He was so nice to me that I was bright red. I had to have been bright red. Because you just don't expect to be standing next to Jonathan Frakes outside the restroom at a convention, which I know you probably should, but it was such an awkward moment, and he was so nice to me after that. I would say Jonathan Frakes is probably my favorite person from Star Trek, but not my favorite character. So, still want to hear what's your favorite character, and what's your favorite episode. Oh my God. My new current favorite episode might be from Strange New Worlds, is the Strange New Worlds Lower Deck crossover. I never was like, how are they going to do a cartoon crossing over with live action? And they do great. And that both casts are awesome, and that might be my favorite episode right now. Because it's just that. But, of course, Wrath of Khan, you can't go wrong with Wrath of Khan. So, we're going to keep it going, because I still want to hear what your favorites are. We're going to keep it going with some more Ghost Story. Man, I tell you, you guys have really been talking about Ghost Story. You had Karen Allen. Karen Black. Karen Allen, I just talked about her a minute ago. But you had Karen Black. Let's do this one more time. Most people know her from Trilogy of Terror. She's in, House of a Thousand Corpses. Oh, I knew it wasn't the right one. But was a big horror thing. But if you go back a couple episodes before that, you had Meg Foster. That's right. You had Evil Lynn, which I have the figure back here behind me. You had, from Lords of Salem, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. They Live. Meg Foster was stupid, good actress. But yes, Ghost Stories has a great cast. I mean, the people that they got on the show was phenomenal. So, as I ramble on, we're going to take you right to Ghost Stories Episode 5, The Summer House. Enjoy.
Charlie!
Clinging like a leech!
I fantasized, Andrew, about killing you. I even worked out the way I was going to do it.
Did the plumber show up?
Mm-hmm.
He's a pretty careless fellow. He left the cover off the well.
Andy, you can't leave me here in this house alone tonight. I have terrible nightmares. It's in the cellar.
Welcome to Mansfield House. I'm just checking this watch of mine. It tends to be unpredictable. Sometimes a few minutes fast, sometimes slow. And in our hectic world, time is of the essence. So? Time. One of the few things in life we can rely on. relentless, inexorable. Nothing can alter its forward momentum. And perhaps it's just as well. Because imagine for a moment what it would be like to be trapped in a time warp. A suspended moment forced to repeat over and over a series of terrifying events, unable to alter them, doomed to live and relive them again and again. Like a woman who was a guest here once, a woman who spent her summers in a very strange house where time stood still.
Get her up, ma'am?
Hello, Sam.
Oh, Mrs. Alcott. Nice to see you. Heard you got in. How's Mr. Alcott?
He's just fine, thank you. Would you look under the hood, too, while I'm doing my shopping?
Sure will.
Hey, Martha.
Hi.
You look fantastic.
So do you. You lost weight.
I know. I just shifted it around a little.
When'd you get in?
Oh, late yesterday afternoon. I'm here in town stocking up the pantry.
Tell Andy that we'll be unpacking today, but we'll get out on the lake early tomorrow.
Oh, great.
Andy's not here yet. He's still in the city. He's got some work to finish. I came up by myself to open the house this year.
Oh. When's he due?
This weekend.
Well, tell him to phone when he gets in.
If the phone's connected by then. Well, it's good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I thought you said you called Andy's office yesterday.
I did. Said he'd taken off.
Something must have come up.
I guess.
Will Mr. Alcott be wanting the boat this summer?
Yes, of course he will.
He'll want to make arrangements at the lake.
Oh, when he gets here.
When he gets here.
I came up ahead of him this year.
That's funny. The Gerald said they saw him getting in late last night while it was raining.
They only thought they saw him. Shall I pay for the gas, Sam?
No, that's okay. Mr. Alcott usually pays at the end of the month.
All right.
Charlie? Hi, Charlie.
Hey, Martha. Hey, it's good to see you. I heard you were here.
Yeah, how are you?
Where's Andy?
Oh, he's still in the city. He had a heavy workload to clean up.
That's funny. I thought the Gerald said they saw him
When did you get here?
last Thursday. I'm alone, too. Connie went to visit her mother in Boston for a few days.
We're both batching it.
There is a local gardener in Lakeview. Oh, excuse me. A landscape architect who can get these plants in order for you and put down some mulch. Of course, you will have to do your own watering. You never did think much of gardening anyway, did you, Martha?
Mm-mm. Andy loved it.
Mm-hmm. Loved the garden and this house. Grew up here, didn't he?
He was born here.
You all right, Martha? You look a little peaked.
Oh, I'm all right.
You sleeping okay?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm not sleeping very well lately. I guess it's a strange bed. You know, it takes a couple of nights to get used to it. Last night I had a dream, a nightmare.
Oh.
That was a wild thing, all mixed up.
Well, watch it. That's poison ivy. Look, there's more of it along there. And those berries over there are poisonous, too. Well, you never used to have that sort of thing around here. I guess Andy used to keep it weeded, huh?
Haven't you got any pride?
This house.
You never did like this house. I've always thought what a wonderful wife you were to spend your summers here, just because Andy loved it so. Funny he'd let you come up here by yourself this year.
Well, he had a lot of work to do.
So long, Martha.
Goodbye, Charlie.
Hey, all right?
Yes. The water main, would you please turn it off? It's over on the other side of the well, that valve. It's flooding upstairs.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Martha, you shouldn't leave the cover off. This well could be dangerous.
Would you put it on for me, Charlie?
Sure. I guess that well would be useful to you if the plumbing ever went out. But I sure would hate to fall down there. There just ain't no bottom, as far as I can see.
Charlie, would you call the plumber for me? My phone isn't connected yet.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, by the way, before I forget it again, the reason I came back is that they are having a bash tomorrow night over at the club. You know, beginning of the summer season. Why don't I pick you up around 5:30? Come on now, do you good. No use staying alone in this old house.
This old house.
No. It's got a lot of character.
You know, it's funny what your imagination can do to you. I mean, you get in a hurry and you get clumsy. And a door won't open. You don't watch where you're going and you step through a loose stair. You hear things. You dream.
It's all in your head.
Is it? Is it really, Charlie? You said this house has character. Could it have animosity?
Can have whatever you want it to have. Now, I'll send the plumber over right away. Let him wrestle with it.
It's like the jar you can't open till somebody comes along. Little twist. There it is. Open so easy. Where's the shut-off? All set.
Thank you.
You all alone here, Mrs. Olcott?
Yes, why? I mean, I'm alone now, but my husband will be coming up pretty soon.
Well, until he gets here. And after he's here, I'd keep that cover on the well down there.
It was on. It was on, wasn't it?
Cover was off. I put it back on. Bye now.
Goodbye.
There you go, self-pitying again.
Week after week after week of working nights.
Haven't you got any pride?
Pride?
You haven't got any pride. You haven't got any dignity or pride.
I hate this house.
Why don't you find somebody else? A lover. Have an affair.
You're the one that's having the affair.
Oh, Martha, you're so childish.
I didn't have to guess, you know. I knew you were having an affair.
Clinging like a leech.
Cheat.
Where is your pride and your dignity?
You better cheat all your life.
Yes, I know it's late. Please, please.
You heard sounds? Noises?
Yes,
What kind of sounds?
voices.
Even someone was down there.
Someone's down there now.
Did you see anyone?
No.
Well, Martha, there are no sounds now. No voices. Martha, couldn't you have dreamed it all?
It was the dream that started it. The dream woke me. Then I heard the sounds, then the voices. Then I came downstairs.
Well, there's no one there. Well, by the way, did the plumber show up?
Mm-hmm.
He's a pretty careless fellow. He left the cover off the well.
Left the cover off?
I mean, it was only half off. I put it back in place.
Thank you. Thank you for coming over.
I'm just glad your phone was connected so that you could call me.
So I could call you?
Oh, it's all right. I hadn't gone to bed yet. I was just reading.
So I could call you? Charlie, listen to me. This house hates me. It has intelligence. Or maybe it has a spirit. I don't... Andy's, maybe. This is his house. It's alive for him. It's full of his memories. Do you think it's possible that the house could love him because he loves it and hate me because
I think that I should stay on here tonight.
It's everything. It's the voices and the noises, and especially that well down in the cellar. Do you know the house locked me in down there yesterday? It snapped the lock as though it was trying to force me to stay down there.
Hey, now that's wild.
I'm really speaking metaphorically, Charlie. You know, I once read a book called The Perversity of Inanimate Objects. Charlie, do you think it's possible for things to be willful? Things. Can things be menacing?
I'll stay down here. I can use the couch.
You're a good friend, Charlie. I'm all right now, really I am.
You sure? Because I don't mind.
I'm positive. I'm very, very sure. Besides, I'd never be able to tell Connie that it was all innocent.
Well, now you be sure and call me if there's anything you need.
I will.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Thanks, Charlie. good. Hey, who's that? Oh, it's from my husband. Mailed yesterday from the city. That's pretty quick service.
Yeah, somebody sure slipped up in the main office. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Martha? Martha? Martha?
Oh, I fell asleep.
How long have you been here?
I don't know. I worked in the yard all day.
I called.
Well, I wouldn't hear the phone out here. Oh, Charlie, the party. I forgot all about it.
You're looking yourself again. Very lovely.
It's a good thing you didn't stay over last night with that kind of talk.
I gather nothing happened today.
No?
No sounds, no noises, nothing from the cellar?
No, nothing. It's funny what the mind can do.
What did you hear from Andy?
Oh, he called me early this morning. I also got a letter from him. He should be coming up Saturday or Sunday.
Hey, there you are, Martha.
Hello, Walter.
Hey, Charlie. Good to see you. Come on in. There's some people you haven't met yet. I'll get you on the golf course as soon as possible.
You'll have to shape up a little before you can catch me.
Hi,
Martha. How are you?
Hey, everybody, gather around, gather around. Look who's here. This is Charlie Bender and Martha
Make it light.
Dinner.
Oh. Thanks, Charlie. I needed that.
Well, I'll tell you what's really happening. It's not what you've been told about the fiery place. Having the reel run back again and again.
There's a phone call for you. Long distance.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Walter, what did you mean about the reel running back again and again?
You wouldn't know about such things. Sweet Martha. My own private hell. When it's quiet.
When it's quiet?
It's like pictures flashing. Again and again. Nightmare pictures that repeat themselves. Horrible dreams that I have to live over and over again.
Martha, you're so childish.
Sometimes I think they'll go on happening over and over, and I'll have to be part of it forever, throughout all eternity.
See what that old demon rum can do to you? Far out, huh? Isn't that far out?
Is something wrong, Charlie?
Yes, you said you talked with Andy this morning. Where did he call you from?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, my call was from a friend in the city who tried to reach Andy at his office today. He wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere in the city. They said he'd already come up here. Now, Martha, I think we ought to talk about it. It's pretty important. I think we should talk this thing out.
Oh, it's starting to rain.
Martha, please.
Oh, Charlie, let's talk about it tomorrow, please. In the morning. We'll talk about it in the morning, all right? It's in the cellar. Charlie.
Haven't you got any pride? Martha, you are so childish. Clinging like a leech.
I didn't do it. No. No, I didn't do it.
What are you doing on the floor?
Go away, get out, get out.
Not right now, if you don't mind. It's pouring outside. Martha, you're fantasizing again.
You don't know what I've been through.
I know what we're going to go through, and it might as well be now. I want a divorce.
Oh, no.
There's no way we can keep on.
8 years.
Yes, 8 years, and we haven't cut it.
It's someone else. I dreamt about it. I know you're seeing someone else.
I haven't tried to be a sneak about it. Connie and I...
Connie? Charlie's wife?
That's right. She and I.
Tell me what to do. Tell me. I'll do anything.
There's nothing you can do, Martha. It's all over.
We'll talk about it in the morning.
I won't be here in the morning.
It's late. I'll talk about it in the morning. My mind is clear. I can think better. Andy, you can't leave me here in this house alone tonight. I have terrible nightmares here. I see things. Spirits, ghosts, I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Maybe it's all in my mind. But you know how I hate this house. Well, it hates me, too. Please, Andy, don't leave me here alone tonight. Please.
Yes. I'll be leaving in the morning. I should be in the city by noon. It's been raining cats and dogs out there, but it looks like it's letting up now. Summer storm. Right. Yes, of course I do. stay in the spare room.
Oh, I'll sleep there. I guess.
I wasn't trying to hide anything.
You know, it's funny the frantic things you'll do when you're threatened. When your whole world is crumbling and you're out of your head with fear and grief. You want to strike back. I fantasized, Andrew, about killing you. I even worked out the way I was going to do it. Oh, don't worry. I'm rational now. But I must have felt guilty about thinking about it, especially in this house. Isn't it amazing the things your mind can do? You can be guilty just thinking about something.
Maybe it's just as well I'm staying overnight. Does Charlie know?
Yes, I think he does. Got that phone call. He was trying to tell me about it, I think. Nobody knows you came up here tonight.
Just Connie.
This could be 1 year that I came up early to open the house. Well, we'll talk about it in the morning. Listen, do you hear it?
Do you hear what?
That thumping.
No, it's your imagination.
Maybe.
It is. I go back to bed.
But I can still hear it. I know where it's coming from. Andy, come on. Come on. Get up.
Martha, go on back to your room.
Don't you hear it? Don't you hear
I
it?
don't, and you don't either.
Yes, I do. Now put your shoes on. Come on. Come on. It's in the cellar. Andy, I'm afraid.
You're putting it on pretty thick, aren't you? What do you think you hear?
It's down there. It's in the well.
Well, there it is. There's nothing there. Nothing, Martha, nothing. Come on down and look. The well cover's off. It should have been kept on. Martha?
The well cover was on.
Well, it isn't on now. And there are no noises. And you shouldn't have given up your doctor.
What?
Your shrink. You should have never stopped going to him.
Well, if you'd come home at night instead of working late all the time, maybe I wouldn't have been by myself so much.
There you go self-pitying again.
Week after week after week of working nights.
Haven't you got any pride?
Pride?
You haven't got any pride. You haven't got any dignity or pride.
I hate this house.
Why don't you find somebody else? A lover. Have an affair.
You're the one that's having the affair.
You're so childish.
I didn't have to guess, you know. I knew you were having an affair.
Clinging like a leech.
Cheat.
course, I could never prove it, but I've come to believe that inanimate objects can and do develop personalities. And like people, some may be good, some evil. Like Martha Alcott's summer house. That poor woman, stuck in time, doomed to repeat over and over again the murder of her husband. Oh, wait a moment. Perhaps she hasn't done it yet. Perhaps she only dreamed of doing it. Or is it merely what she intends to do? The line between imagination and reality can be very fine at times. Very fine indeed. Oh, here are some scenes from our next adventure on Ghost Story.
Thank you, Robert.
I bet you think I put poison or something in that water. You killed him, didn't you? Yes.
Schizophrenia, what are you talking about?
Split personalities. It's two identities in one body.
Pretty soon, there won't be anyone left here but me.
All across America, the champion of rent-to-own is adding a little color time to the lives of millions. And now, Captain Color Time is coming your way with something really special.
Rent-to-own this remote-controlled 25-inch Color Time console TV, only $14.95 a week. It's the only brand you can rent-to-own that's backed with a 5-year limited warranty, and it's yours for a limited time only. Just $14.95 a week at Color Time.
Call Color Time today.
The tender caress of floral splendor. And now, your gift with any Anaïs purchase, La Fleurette, a delightful eau de toilette in a charming floral atomizer.
It's available now at home. Your store of no-risk Christmas shopping.
Hey, this week Famous Footwear's got Reeboks for $24.99. Kids, $21.99. Back to cool Reeboks at Famous Footwear now!
Alright, so I hope you guys don't like ghost stories, man. I mean, look at that pedigree. Freaking Richard Matheson and William Castle. And the cast that they have on these things. It's insane. The fact that this is not a bigger show is almost a travesty. But I hope you guys are still enjoying it. So, we're going to keep it going. We're going to go over into Spider-Man. That's right. Spider-Man. I dig the live-action Spider-Man. It's a shame because people keep telling me, oh, you know, Shout Factory's going to pick it up. This company's going to pick it up. This company's going to pick it up. It's in this weird limbo. I know that Nicholas Hammond has been trying for years to get it released. There's a lot of people out there with, like, you know, there's literally a Facebook page trying to get it released. I'm not gonna lie, I have a burnt Blu-ray collection of it, but it's not binding. It sucks that I have to buy it that way, because if I could get a legit copy, I would own a legit copy. I'm not one of the people who like, I got a burnt copy, it's good enough. No, not for me. Not for me. It's not good enough. I have to have a real one. I will eventually own a real one. I think I have one of the movies on VHS still. I think I have Web of Death still on VHS tape. But it's also worn out. I mean, I've had it since like 1980. It's probably 85, 86-ish, maybe. Whenever the video store put it up for sale back in the day when I was a kid. So, I want you guys to enjoy the live-action Spider-Man. And this is episode 5. Enjoy.
Award Selection Committee is coming right here to New York?
Yes, some of them have already arrived.
To win the Tovald Award is the dream of every scientist.
Yes. And you know, I've got a hunch that for the first time in 75 years, we're finally going to have an American winner.
What an honor to be selected.
And what a story. Here are some pictures of the first recipients of the award. And here are stories of the award ceremonies. Study those. And here, this is Ketya here. This is Reichman. These are the first two members of the committee to arrive in New York. They're staying at the Blackwell. And this is Dr. Carl Benson. He's the chairman of the selection committee. Now, we're going to split up our forces. Howard, you and Nazari will take Smith and cover Professor Kaplan. And Parker, you're going to meet Charlie at the Institute for Genetics Research. Dr. Moon has his lab there. And any questions? No? All right, then let's get going. Well, Parker, what are you waiting for? Personal invitation?
No, I was just wondering, isn't there supposed to be some kind of animosity between Dr. Moon and the Tovald Committee?
Well, I don't know. Why should there be?
Oh, they've passed him over year after year for 5 years now, and he's certainly well qualified.
Maybe you and Charlie can get an answer to that when you see him at his press conference.
Press conference?
Yeah. He's going to show some of his experiments.
Well, does that mean he's discovered something new?
Yes. I think he's discovered the power of the press.
Do you know what he was into? Cloning.
What's cloning?
It's a new dance that Parker's going to teach me. What did you want?
To remind you that you're due downstairs in 5 minutes for the layout meeting.
Layouts, of course. Yes, excuse me. Don't be late, Parker.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Jameson. I'll be there.
Pete, what is cloning?
Well, it's a process in which body cells reproduce by division. It's a form of asexual reproduction.
Oh. What?
You know how we have two parents and get some of our personality from each one?
Yeah.
Cloning would produce offspring from just one parent, so there'd be only one personality.
You mean I could have a baby all by myself and it would be me?
Theoretically, yes.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
You know something, Rita? Neither do I.
herbarians.
Dr. Ketya, Dr. Reichman, please. Can't the distinguished members of the Tovald Committee do anything but quarrel?
How can one quarrel with a man that has the taste buds of a...
Now. Unless you want to stay up here and starve, I suggest... Oh, my list. I promised the manager I would bring him a list of the full committee. I must have left it in my room. Please excuse me. You go ahead. I'll meet you in the dining room.
Oh, no. We will wait.
No. You go ahead. I'll see you in a minute.
Fish eggs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please bear with me. You won't be sorry. If my experiment goes well, you'll have a story that'll push everything else off the front page. Bear with me a moment while I make a few minor adjustments. I'd like you to meet my partner in this endeavor,
What? Your partner?
a member of the Order Salientia.
Family Ranidae.
That's correct, young man.
It's Parker. Peter Parker.
Weren't you in one of my classes at the university?
Yes, sir. Zoology 422.
Now I remember.
What is this, a family reunion here?
Now, this is a blood cell my partner kindly donated a few hours ago. I prepared the cell by bombarding it with radiation. In a moment, I shall place this cell in the incubator you see here, and within a very few hours, this single cell will grow into an exact duplicate of its donor.
You're talking about cloning.
I said what you're about to see will make traditional cloning obsolete. This cell will reproduce without a substitute mother, as you call it. The only mother the frog I'm about to create will ever know is this incubator. Questions?
Dr. Moon, the Tovall Award Committee is arriving from Europe in a couple of days to decide whether an American scientist should be awarded a prize this year.
Correct.
Now, for the past 5 years, they have ignored you, haven't they?
To be honest, I would welcome a visit by the award committee. And should they pay me such a visit, I may have a few surprises for them that would make this experiment in frog cloning look like child's play.
Dispatch, this is Patrolman Riley at the Hotel Blackwell. Captain Barbera's on the scene. He's requesting a team from the lab and an elevator inspector.
Got it. Tell the captain they're on their way. Riley, is it a bad one?
Yeah, real bad.
File a report and let me know.
Dr. Ketya and Dr. Reichman were the first members of the Tovald Committee to arrive. I was just taking them... They are lucky to have survived.
Very lucky. What's your function on the committee, Miss Benson?
My grandfather is chairman. He sent me on ahead to make the necessary arrangements.
Captain,
Excuse me. What? So that's it? The cable just broke?
A 1 in a million accident. We just inspected this elevator 3 days ago.
Hey! No pictures. Parker, what are you doing here?
Well, Captain, I picked up the message on the police channel. And there's something about that cable.
I said no pictures. I'll call a press conference when I'm ready. Here, go play someplace.
You can get Mr. Jameson for his birthday a big silver platter, because he wants to put your head on it.
What did I do?
Parker! What's going on?
Why should I tell you and spoil all his fun?
Hello, Mr. Jameson.
Not one picture here. Not one lousy picture.
Sir, there are 3 rolls of pictures here of the cloning experiment.
Frogs? Frogs are page 2 news, Parker. Elevator crashes are page 1. Now, where are your pictures of the elevator crash?
Oh, well, Captain Barbera exposed all my film.
Parker, you listen to me, and you listen good. Now, if you insist on sticking your nose in where you haven't been assigned, and that's what you did when you went to that hotel, then I expect pictures from you, and I don't care how you get them. Barbera or no Barbera, you understand?
Sir, how am I supposed to...
Don't ask me how. That's your job.
I did my job when I got the pictures of the cloning experiment.
Frogs! When you've seen one frog, you've seen them all. Action, violence, elevator crashes. That's what sells newspapers. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I hope so. Now, the Science Foundation is throwing a costume ball to raise money for their scholarship fund. The guests of honor are going to be members of the Torvald Committee. But don't you bring me any pictures of old men with beards. Beautiful people. Romance. Glamour. That's what sells newspapers.
But I thought you just said that violence and action sells newspapers.
I hope you're being funny.
Do I have to wear a costume, too?
Do you have to? Yes, Parker, you do.
Okay. I'll have Rita fill out a voucher so I can rent one.
I think you're joking. What you wear on an assignment is your expense, not the newspapers.
Rent a costume on my salary?
Well, then borrow one from one of your classmates. Lord knows they look like they're wearing costumes all the time.
But, Mr. Jameson, you don't understand.
Parker, any more arguments out of you, and I'll have your...
Yes, I know, sir. On a silver platter.
And this is one of his better days.
You
did this. We both did it. You wanted them to die, didn't you? No, never. Admitted you hated them. No, not to try to kill them. But I was created out of you, from one of your cells. I am you. No, something went wrong. But I have your mind. My thoughts must be your thoughts. Only part of my personality came through. We're like Jekyll and Hyde. And through me, you'll be free to do the things that you've always wanted to do instead of shoving them down, denying them the way you do. You want revenge. You want 7 men on that committee to die for rejecting you and humiliating you. I may have thought about it in a moment of bitterness, but I was wrong in what I've tried to do. And I'm going to make sure that you don't leave this room. You can't lie to me because you can't lie to yourself. You want them dead. But thanks to me, you're going to get your wish.
Sir, I just want to rent a costume. I don't want to buy a custom-made suit. Yes, I know all about the ball tomorrow night. So does every other place in town. But you see, my job depends on me being able to get... Yeah, you're right. That is my problem. Yeah. Thank you. Every costume house in town is completely sold out.
Oh. You know, it's too bad you don't have some nice girl who could sew up one for you. But what do girls nowadays know about sewing? Child, my mama made sure
That's it, Rita. Why didn't I think of that before?
You have a girl?
You might call it that, yeah. Thanks, Rita. Aunt May, I'm sorry to put you to so much trouble.
Trouble? It won't be any trouble. I love it. Do you remember, Peter? I used to make all your costumes for Halloween. Ghosts, goblins. Oh, you know, I think maybe your old skeleton costume is still in the attic.
I love you, but really, I was thinking of something maybe a little more grown up.
Well, what kind of a costume would you like me to make?
Doesn't matter, just whatever's easiest.
Tarzan? No, you'd catch your death of cold. Now, Frankenstein. Oh, no. You never could stand the sight of blood. You wait right there. I'll go get my tape measure.
Dr. Carl Benson, chairman of the Tovald Award Selection Committee, expressed his deepest regrets to the families of the injured scientists. Dr. Carl Benson. Carl Benson is staying at this hotel?
Yes, but he's out at the moment. But if you'd like to talk to Miss Benson...
No, I wouldn't want to bother Miss Benson. Not at the moment. Thank you.
Dr. Moon?
Mr.
It's still Parker, Peter Parker.
Of course, Mr. Parker.
Doctor, I thought your experiment last night was absolutely brilliant.
Yes, you were one of the reporters.
Well, one of the photographers, to be exact.
If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment.
Dr. Moon, good luck with the selection committee.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Front desk.
Yeah, my name is Peter Parker. I have an appointment with a Miss Lisa Benson. What is her room number, please?
That's 812.
Thank you.
Dr. Moon? Yes, I know him. You say he was in the lobby and he didn't come up to see me?
Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, much more. When I was a little girl, he and my father used to work together at the Institute in Stockholm. Such a good, kind man. He was very close to my family. It's just a shame that his work... You said you weren't here as a reporter, Mr. Parker.
No, I'm investigating the elevator accident.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm working with a private investigator, and what puzzles us about this accident is why these two particular men?
It must be political. Both men had many enemies in their own countries.
Then why wait until they come to America?
It doesn't make much sense, does it?
No. Miss Benson, I know this may sound a little bizarre, but just suppose that somebody was out to get the whole committee, and this accident was just the first step.
That's a terrible thing for you to say.
The committee was the only possible connection between these two men.
Both these men have been on the committee for 5 years. This is longer than anyone except my grandfather. Now, if being on the committee would lead to this, then... No, you cannot be right. One moment, please. Would you excuse me, please?
I'll only take up another moment of your time.
Goodbye, Mr. Parker.
Goodbye, miss.
Hello? Dr. Moon? Well, someone told me you were in the lobby. Why didn't you come up?
I'll explain why when you meet me, but you must come immediately. And without your security guard.
Why? I'm not allowed to go anywhere without him.
This is very important, especially to your grandfather's safety. Now, do anything you can. Send the guard on an errand. Go down the service elevator. But meet me at this address.
It is so good to see you. You look tired. What is it? What's wrong?
Whatever was wrong before is going to work out beautifully now that you're here.
He's already tried to kill me. Isn't that proof enough for you?
I don't know what to think.
You know, if this is how Dr. Moon shows how much he loves you, just be glad he's not your enemy.
There must be some explanation.
Oh, there is. He's trying to kill us. Ow!
What happened to your hand?
Don't worry about my hand. Just worry about how much oxygen is in this place.
It must be nearly morning. Surely if this is a bank, then people...
It was a bank, Miss Benson. You see, all the buildings on this street are empty. They're going to be torn down soon. But I don't think we can wait for the wrecking crew. Stand back, please. Let's get out of here.
Thank you.
Let's get you to police headquarters.
What?
You're going to tell Captain Barbera what your friend Dr. Moon tried to do to us.
No, I have nothing to say to the police.
Do you think he was playing games with us in that vault?
I have nothing to say to you or to the police. I don't even know who you are. Why should I trust you? Please just leave me alone.
Part of your story checks out. What happened to your hand?
Oh, I just scratched it in my lab. What were you saying about my story?
The lock on the vault in the old security building looks like it was put in a can opener. But Miss Benson denies ever having been in that building.
Well, sure, to protect Dr. Moon.
Nobody's going to protect a man who tries to kill her.
Oh, yeah, she would. You see, Dr. Moon tried to kill those two scientists because they have denied him the Tovald Prize year after year. But they're not the only two men on the committee. Now, he's not going to stop, Captain, until he has gotten to every single man.
Parker, where were you when those two guys almost bought it in the elevator?
I was at the cloning experiment.
And where was Dr. Moon?
He was conducting the experiment.
Case closed.
No, Captain, I am sure about this. You see, Spider-Man...
Spider-Man? Is that where you get this dingy idea, Spider-Man? Parker, when you hurt your hand, I think it affected your brain.
Go on, sleep. I don't need you. I have your mind, your knowledge. I'm going to make sure that nobody stops us now. Not even Spider-Man.
This is, my grandfather.
Hello, Dr. Benson.
Please sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mr. Parker, Lisa tells me that you speak for this person called the Spider-Man.
I have had contact with him, yes, sir.
And he believes that Dr. Moon is going to try to kill me?
Dr. Benson, I wish you could convince your granddaughter to tell the police what happened to her last night.
And how do you know what happened to me last night?
I told you on the telephone, Spider-Man
was the one trying to hurt me.
No, you're wrong. You see, it was Dr. Moon.
No, Mr. Parker. I'm a scientist. My life is built on logic, and there is no logic in your accusations.
I'm a scientist too, Dr. Benson. So can you tell me why your committee has denied him an award year after year?
How does that concern you?
I think the reason you passed him by might explain how he was able to be in two places at once on the night of the elevator crash.
Really? Now, this is ridiculous.
You were afraid of his experiments and where they were heading, and you didn't want to encourage him. Isn't that right, Doctor? You knew he wasn't going to stop at cloning a frog now, didn't you? He wanted to clone a man, didn't he, Dr. Benson?
I can't speak for Dr. Moon. If you want an answer to that question, you must ask him.
You know something? That's not such a bad idea. I was beginning to think you weren't here.
What is it? I'm very busy.
I wanted to talk to you when we met at the hotel.
Talk about what?
To discuss what a man like you goes through while he's sweating out the time to see if he's been chosen for the Tovald Prize.
You seem convinced it's going to happen this year.
After what I've heard and seen, I'd say you were a sure thing.
Such confidence. If I were so young and naive, I'd perhaps be able to enjoy these next few days.
Well, after they see what you've accomplished...
Based on past experience, I'll just be patient. If you excuse me, I'm busy with an experiment.
Oh? Here?
No, in my private laboratory.
Oh, well, this will only take a minute. Doctor, after seeing you clone that frog, I was wondering, do you think it'll ever be possible to clone a man?
I haven't time to waste on fantasy, Mr. Parker.
Is it fantasy? Dr. Moon, I have some theories that I would love to bat around with you. Now, maybe if I could stay and watch while you conduct your experiment...
I'm sorry, not tonight.
When?
When I'm less busy.
Don't forget now. I'll come back anytime.
Good night, Mr. Parker.
Good night.
See who Spider-Man really is. Mr. Parker goes to the head of the list. It's amazing. You have the same personality traits I do.
Don't you think Parker has a dark side, too? You know, I know Peter is no fashion plate. But these clothes are ridiculous.
They'll do until you get into a real costume. Does he keep them in his apartment?
Now, where else would we keep them?
Parker will be going to work soon. When he does, we've got to figure out a way to get into that apartment.
That's no problem. The janitor has a spare key. I wonder if there's anything about Mr. Peter Parker that I don't know.
While we're waiting, let's figure out exactly how we're going to use you.
Yeah, can we figure this out over breakfast? Well, that's what Parker would say. The guy's always hungry, isn't he? What about him?
He's got enough sedation to keep him till we need him. All right, Mr. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Your first breakfast.
Be a piece of cake. But I don't know why anybody would want to live in a place like this.
Well, let's get what we came for and clear out.
You know, it is really weird to know everything about an apartment you've never been in. I'm going to need this. And this. There isn't any utility belt.
Maybe he doesn't have a spare. But don't worry, I think I know where you can get one. Tovald Committee Costume Ball. That's it, the costume ball. As you'd say, a piece of cake.
You look just like Errol Flynn, very dashing.
You made these?
Oh, no, I found it in the attic. Your Uncle Max bought it for a Halloween party. I just cleaned it up a bit.
Boots and all.
Don't you like it?
Oh, yeah, I like it. I love it, Aunt May. It's just perfect. What would I do without you?
Well, are you going to try it on?
Well, no, not right now. I've got to go.
But it'll just take a minute. I want to see if it fits.
I'm sure it fits. You know my size. How long have you been making my clothes?
Since you were that big. I remember how...
Oh, really, Aunt May, I have got to go. Mr. Jameson will just kill me if I don't get pictures of the guests arriving.
Oh, wait a minute, Peter.
What is it now, Aunt May?
I forgot part of your costume. Here it is.
It's perfect. It's just perfect. Thank you. That is not bad. Oh, Aunt May, how could you have done this to me? This never happened to Errol Flynn. I need a costume. I've got the perfect costume.
that's whatchamacallit. It's a dead giveaway.
It's a beautiful costume, Rita.
Oh, you know, that would have sounded so much better if you'd have just said, you look beautiful, Rita. But I guess I'll just have to settle for what I can get. Hey, you better get on in there and get to work. Mr. Jameson has this thing about employees earning their keep.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Miss Benson.
Until I came to America this time, I didn't know what a Spider-Man was. And now I see three.
Yes, but only one of us can tell you what the inside of a bank vault looks like. Oh, and my hand is much better.
It is you.
I hope so. Security men all over the place. Any sign of Dr. Moon?
Mister, I don't even know what to call you, but you're still wrong about Dr. Moon.
I have a feeling we'll find that out tonight. That's right, Peter. I'm you, and you're me, and this is a gun. Now, don't try any tricks, because I'm thinking with your mind, and I'm one step ahead of you all the way. So let's go outside and get a little air. Put your mask on. Move.
So, what's it going to be? Spider-Man tries one of his daring feat, Bales? Taking a fatal dive from the roof of the Hotel Blackwell?
We do think alike.
Well, almost.
Two down. Parker and Spider-Man, right?
Wrong.
Help me. Please. Help me. Get Dr. Moore. Get him. This can't be happening.
What is it?
The acceleration process. I'm dying. As quickly as I was born. He can't help me know what can happen.
I'll tell him his plan for revenge didn't work.
No, it wasn't his plan. He had nothing to do with it. Make the committee understand. He's innocent.
Stand by, 12X61, 2 calls. To the man, 415, 9417, Bandera.
Okay, Spidey, old pal. We find an old man up on the roof dead. We find Dr. Moon zonked out in his lab. Then we get a call from you telling us you'll tell us everything once we get down here. Start talking.
Get your hands off me, Barbera.
Captain Barbera to you, Spidey.
Mr. Jameson, I'll have your head on a silver platter. Hold it. Put that camera down, Parker.
But, Mr. Jameson, you said this is what sells newspapers. Action, violence.
Smile, Mr. Jameson.
Now, hold it, Mr. Jameson, just like that. One more.
I got free film with my card.
Got double prints with Pine.
Photomat has free film, free prints, terrific discounts with a preferred customer card. Only from Photomat.
I get a free roll for each roll I bring in.
Or a second set of prints free. Bring your holiday film to Photomat for quality prints and big savings the moment you sign up for your preferred customer card.
Well, it's gotta be right. You know it's Photomat.
Now, when you get your pictures back from Photomat, you also get free Photomat bonus certificates. Save them up for all kinds of free gifts, like free Konica cameras, free camera lenses, free tripods, free camera bags, free binoculars, and lots of other free gifts. But get started now. Otherwise, you might just miss the boat. Photomat bonus certificates. Start saving now.
I remember coming to Fred Meyer when I was a kid. The toys, the fun. But it seemed Mom would always go off. Never knew where. But I do now, because I used to lay away at Fred's too. And I get the best toys at the best prices.
These talking dozy dolls and bears from Galoob are $49.99 each. Hasbro Autobot and Decepticon Transformers are $9.47. G.I. Joe's Renegades or Latine figures $8.47. At Freddy's Toy World, where kids like the toys and parents love the low prices.
All right, so I hope you guys dig Spider-Man. It's given the fact it's the 70s, they do a really good job on what they have. The fact that he looks like he's scaling up buildings, looks like he's crawling across ceilings. I mean, they do a pretty good job for what they have. A lot of people are like, oh, special effects are so bad. Dude, go back and look at anything from the 70s. It's outside of Star Wars, which is just a freak of nature. As much as I love Star Wars is an anomaly. No sci-fi looked that good in the 70s. Especially made for TV stuff. As much as I love Battlestar Galactica and Buck Rogers in the 25th century, there's an absolute episode of Buck Rogers. If you look in the background, they're supposed to be in this like hangar, and it's obviously just like an empty like building. There's an exit sign with doors you push and you would go outside. You can see it plain as day in the background. So as much as you want to, 70s sci-fi does not look great, but they do the best they can, and I don't fault anybody for that. I am a huge Godzilla fan, and I have a bunch of Godzilla movies on DVD and VHS and some Laserdisc and some on Blu-ray. I have gotten to the point where I don't want them to look that good. When you get to the Blu-ray or the 4K, they're so crystal clear. They look too good. You see every little fault. You see every wire. Everything else. I'm like, I don't want to see that. Just give me a little fuzziness and stuff to make it look good. Because Godzilla's awesome. So, here we go. We're going to tell you my favorite Star Trek character of all time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Peanut Hamper. From Lower Decks. No. Oh my God. I've been thinking about this, and you know, it's Worf or it's actually Riker, or you know, it's Spock or Kirk, or you know, and I'm going to give somebody who gets little to no credit up until recently, and that is Captain Pike. Captain Pike, the original captain of the Enterprise. Well, actually, he's not the original captain. But who's the original? 1, 2, 3. That's right, Captain April. I like Pike. I like Bruce Greenwood's version. I love Anson Mount's version. You know, you go back. I just like, because he doesn't get to. I don't think he gets to what he deserves up until recently. When they did the Abrams, the Kelvin universe, and you give Pike more credit. Now we're doing the Strange New Worlds Pike, and Anson Mount kills it. I like Pike. Pike might be my favorite Star Trek character currently. As for my favorite episode, you know, I can cheat on my OG is City on the Edge of Forever. The Next Gen, Best of Both Worlds. Oh my god. I love both of those. Jeez. Once you get into Voyager and DS9 and Enterprise, it's a little harder. But I do love the Mirror Universe ones in Enterprise. I'm a Mirror Universe guy. I like that stuff. I like the books that went with those. So, but that's where I'm at on Star Trek. So I still want to hear where you are. Just let me know. But on that note, we're going to Eddie. There's going to be an episode of Anti-Gravity Room post credits, of course, as always for you. And I want to bid everybody adieu, a farewell, a Feeder Zane. I want to wish all you guys here in America a happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you stay safe. And, you know, if you're going to go to your friends, your family's house, and you have a few drinks, get somebody to take you home, or crash, or so you don't crash, or stay there. Just stay safe. And then, like I said, go over and check out RU Game on all the big sales that are going on. We've already announced 2 of them. It's half off all new carded Star Wars figures. All all carded Star Wars figures are half off price marked. Even if you find one, there's a 2-pack for $5. It's $2.50 for 2 figures. I mean, how cheap can you get? I know there's figures on the shelf for $4. It's a $2 brand new sealed figure for Christmas. You can buy it. The DVD sale is still going on, where you can come in and you can fill a bag full of DVDs for $10. $10. Those are what 2 we've announced so far, but we have more coming, because I'm restocking and putting stuff on the shelf and getting everything ready for the holidays. So come check out RU Game. Go to RU Game on Facebook. Come to the captain, and we can take you on over to RU Game. Or you can just come and visit me at the store. A few of you have. And that's awesome. You guys are so cool coming in, checking out stores, spending money. And remember, you know, we do have Patreon. Go to patreon.com/GroupTherapyTV. Every little bit helps. You can go find episodes over there that have been edited on YouTube. I'm working on some ideas for some stuff over there. So we're working on that. I know it's bad. I keep postponing stuff that I should be working on Patreon, but I'm working on stuff for you guys each and every week. And I do this all by myself. Literally, cameraman me, producer me, the editor me, the curator's me. The only one that isn't me is the Vince. And the Vince ain't here today because Vince is upstairs playing video games. Yeah. He's grumpy today. So, all right. So on that note, I'm going to let you guys all have an awesome holiday and stay safe. And some of you guys will see you tomorrow morning. So, yeah, be good. And on that note, I want you all to take care, and I'll see you all there. Captain out. Bye.
I didn't do nothing.
Hold it there, don't move. Put your hands behind your back.
With the camera, man.
Behind your back. Hands where I can see them.
Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? It's Phil in Toronto, and yes, it's the Villains episode of the Anti-Gravity Room. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in court of law.
I'm Nick in New York. We've got villains from Joker to Lex Luthor to Doomsday on the docket, and Becky in San Francisco, who isn't exactly a villain, but...
That's right. Well, not anymore anyways. I fought the law and the law won on this episode of Anti-Gravity Room.
Yeah, everybody buys comics for the heroes, but what about the villains? They can do whatever they want, and they don't have to be these do-good crime fighters. I mean, who went to see Batman just for Batman? There's the Riddler, Two-Face, Catwoman, the Joker, and it's the same in comics. Ow, ow, ow. Dude, there's no leg room back here. The bad guys in early comics were common street criminals or Nazis, but readers wanted more challenging foes for the heroes to take on. Thus, in the late 30s and early 40s, characters like Lex Luthor and the Joker sprang up to give Superman and Batman a hard time. Later, Marvel gave us weird villains like Fin Fang Foom and the Vulture, as well as the old ones who became old standbys like Dr. Octopus. Evil versions of heroes are also popular, like Venom, who's actually Spider-Man's old alien symbiote costume. Nowadays, guys like Violator, Doomsday, and Apocalypse represent a new breed of really tough, really powerful supervillains that give the heroes a serious run for the money. Denny O'Neil is a writer and editor on Batman, and he knows more about bad villains than anyone else. He had this to say.
Your hero is only as good as your villains. You should work just as hard on the bad guy as the good guy, and if you have to stint somewhere, it's probably better to stint on the good guy because they're going to be rooting for him anyway. But with Batman, when I started writing him in the 60s, I inherited a whole lot of villains. I mean, decades of great characters. Two-Face, who is maybe the second best Batman villain, he wears his problem on his face. He is a man divided against himself. Half of him is this very rigidly moralistic district attorney, a guy who believes completely in the law, and half of him is a vicious criminal. He has not reconciled the two halves, so he allows a coin, one side of which is messed up, to make his decisions for him. We can all identify with that in some way, and at the same time, he so directly opposes everything Batman stands for that he's an almost ideal enemy. Catwoman is amoral, or rather, she lives by her own moral code. She decides what's lawful and what's not. One of the things that she's decided is that she loves being a thief. It's the greatest kick in the world for her, and so that's what she does. She is not a vicious character in the way the Joker might be. If she likes you, she'll be very kind to you, and she will not ever willingly hurt anyone. However, if you cross her or if you hurt a friend of hers, she will exact due and terrible revenge on you and not lose a second's sleep over it. Ra's al Ghul is more of an idealist than Batman, but his idealism happens to encompass probably the destruction or death of 90% of the people on the planet to save the planet. Batman feels that nothing is that certain. The planet is not that certainly doomed, and in any case, no conceivable good could outweigh the evil of destroying so many lives. Well, without any doubt, the Joker has been Batman's greatest enemy. Most of the other antagonists the Batman goes against have at least some spark of humanity. There's some little flicker of compassion within them somewhere. Totally untrue of the Joker. He doesn't care about anybody's suffering. He doesn't care about his own suffering. He just doesn't care. And so far as trying to psych out the Joker, he can't do it. Nobody can. We're saying that 2 psychiatrists tried to do that, and both of them are now themselves in mental institutions. A lot of superhero comics in the 40s had villains whose only real crime was trying to find out the superhero's secret identity. Take away the secret identity and these guys wouldn't be doing anything villainous. But nowadays, it's not enough for a villain to be the guy that the good guy doesn't like. He has to be created as real a character as is possible.
The Legion of Supervillains is a classic bunch of bad guys edited by one Casey Carlson at DC Comics. And here he be.
Fatal Five is a collection of probably the most incorrigible characters of their individual planets, the biggest and baddest of their race. They were originally brought together by the Legion of Superheroes when the Legion couldn't face a menace to the entire galaxy that was greater than even their combined powers, called the Sun Eater, a being that was going to engulf the entire sun. It was suggested to the Legion that they draw these 5 characters in from these planets to help them with sheer power, not realizing how evil the characters actually were. The Fatal Five are Validus, a character with massive strength and lightning powers, lightning bolts that come out of his exposed brain. Tharok, who's a mastermind, a criminal genius on the power of Lex Luthor, encased in a half-human, half-robot body. The Executioner with his atomic axe, which can slice through anything. Then we have Mano, who has an incredible death touch. And the final member of the 5 is the Empress, who's probably the most evil and sinister assassin in the known universe. They all have different motivations, and that's part of what makes them interesting and how they work in an interesting group dynamic and things. Some of them are just out for taking over a world because they think it would be cool, but others are interested in scientific expertise and political power, and in the case of Validus, he's just mindless and he just likes to break things. A lot of the more classic villains came about by a single incident. It was something bad that happened to them, and if it would have gone the other way, they could have become on the side of the angels. Coming up in the future, the Legion, we're going to be continuing to investigate bringing back some of the classic Legion villains that people haven't seen for a while. The foremost of which is Mordru, the evil sorcerer. The other major villain would be the Time Trapper. Well, any supervillain dream team has to include Darkseid, no question. In terms of the Legion, any of the Fatal Five characters, either collectively or individually. I know it will probably never happen, but I would love to see the Joker take on the Legion. And I know this kind of thing makes Denny's skin crawl, because when you talk about science fiction and Batman, and the two genres don't mix at all, but it's a dream.
The Joker is one of Batman's classic villains, and Mark Hamill does the voice for the animated series. He's a busy guy.
You know, it's almost criminal how much fun I had playing a villain on The Flash. The Trickster. It's the ultimate playground. I had a trickster mobile, I had a flashy costume, I had a sidekick. I was embarrassed to take a paycheck. One thing that's great about villains are their super egos. Joker's probably the all-time villain in comic books. Again, he has this demented genius and a real grudge against Batman, so that helps. Captain Hook and Peter Pan's awfully tempting, because I like the idea of being able to terrorize children and get my comeuppance. It's something very dramatically satisfying about that. I think sometimes the villains are more interesting than the heroes only because there's so many flaws to play, and because they provide the danger to the character that the audiences want to succeed, which is the hero. Having played a hero, Luke, against Darth Vader, you see, it's a thankless role, the hero. I mean, he's always stalwart and serious and no monkey business or fooling around, and the villains can be just terribly self-indulgent and over the top. So, yeah, probably I'd have to give the nod to villainy, but only in a fictional context.
Ta-ta for now. This brings us to our anti-gravitational poll, and here's the question. Who do you think is the coolest supervillain? Mr. Copperman?
Hannibal Lecter.
My favorite comic book animated villain is Hexadecimal because she is fierce.
My favorite supervillain would be Catwoman. Anybody with claws and a tail, that's the way to go.
#1 comic book villain, the Joker, the master of all gimmicks, that's why. Remember, the Joker is #1.
Wile E. Coyote, because he is relentless and he's totally ruthless, but he never wins, so you gotta love him for trying all these years.
After this, Phil reviews some video games, we do an artist profile, and Magneto escapes to wreak havoc once again. Or is he a good guy now? I can never remember.
Now here's Phil with Virtua Cop. He is the law.
Oh, baby, this week we're reviewing Virtua Cop for the Sega Saturn. Now listen to this. It's the perfect translation of the arcade game, but it comes in two forms. The form we got came with the Stunner, right? And you can also buy Virtua Cop as just the CD where you use the controller and you move this crosshair around the screen. Absolutely useless. If you're going to go for this game, you have to get the deluxe edition that comes with the Stunner. Now, when it comes to the game, perfect translation from the arcade. But when you realize that you're not pumping so much money into the thing, it's a lot easier than it was in the arcade. In fact, in about 2 hours, I got through the whole game, which I sort of didn't like. But the thing is, you find yourself playing it again and again and again, over and over and over. It does have different difficulty levels that you can change, you know, easy, medium, hard. You can play around with those. You can play around with the different continues and different other options where you're just shooting targets. Now, I have to tell you, Virtua Cop is a very, very cool game, and I'm giving it 4.5 Gs out of 5. Why do I take off the half G? Because, like I said, it's sort of easy when you're not putting quarters in, and it also doesn't fit into my shoulder holster, the Stunner.
This just in. Computer Cops. This fall, Tom Clancy and Big Entertainment are releasing Net Force. The Federal Bureau of Investigations and Internet collide. The Max is in development at Paramount. Sam Keith, the creator of The Max, has begun the scripting of a live-action version of the MTV cartoon and Image comic. Astro City returns. Kurt Busiek's popular comic is the lead title for Jim Lee's new non-image imprint, Homage Comics. The first issue will appear in August.
My name is Shannon Wheeler. I grew up in Berkeley, California, and I went to college at UC Berkeley, graduated architecture, 89. I started off drawing a comic strip for my college newspaper, the Daily Californian in Berkeley, California, back in 88, and started doing a comic strip for my college paper back then. Moved to Austin, Texas in 92. And started drawing Too Much Coffee Man shortly after. I guess I moved into comic books originally because it was a cheap way to do film. People always ask me, am I making my living from doing comics? And I guess I am. But yeah, it's basically turned into my livelihood and pretty much my life. It's a lot of work.
No food, no water. What comics would you like on a desert island?
The 3 comics I'd have with me on a desert island are The Watchmen, The Dark Knight, and Detective 27, because when I get off, I'm going to need some cash.
After this, Nick reviews some comics and gets a dose of gamma radiation. Hey, the madder Nick gets, the stronger Nick gets. Hey, fellow comic lovers, I am Nick in the anti-gravity room with Comicopia, my weekly 24th of an hour to give the latest comics the 3rd degree. First up, we have A Sharp Woman Drawn in Ink. And no, we're not talking about Demi Moore. This is Dart, a new series that follows the adventures of a character who debuted in the pages of Savage Dragon. Dart is a striking woman who fights crime with the aid of really sharp darts. Ouch! This tale shows you more of Dart's troubled childhood and has a cool cameo by Killcat, who helps Dart stop a mugging and then tries to get her phone number. Those superhero chicks never have the time. Take it from me. This book breathed new life into Image Comics, and I gave it 3.8 Gs on the anti-gravity scale. Next up, the story of an Emerald Torch that... No, wait a minute. This is Green Lantern, number 73. This issue continues the Hero Quest storyline, as Wonder Woman and Green Lantern duke it out. Or do they? The story begins with the two godlike humans beating each other pretty hard, but as it turns out, it's all staged. The fight was just part of Hero Quest, which is Green Lantern's mission to seek out other heroes and get advice in order to make himself a better hero. Green Lantern is a fun book. It's kind of cool to see what it's like for someone just getting into the superhero business. And I give it 3.5 Gs on the anti-gravity scale. Next up... Oh my... Mars is attacking! Run for your lives! As it turns out, our green, big-headed, human-abducting friends have known about the human race for a while. There are two kinds of aliens. One, the Naros, who want to conquer the Earth. The other, the Pages, who want to bond with humans. The aliens arrive peacefully on Earth, only to be killed by humans as fast as they come. Anyway, to sum things up, the war has begun, and we're fragged. This book has won high acclaim in the world of comics. The aliens may be our worst enemies yet. I give this comic 4 out of 5 Gs on the anti-gravity scale. Farewell, good night. Last one out, turn out the light.
So lots of supervillains have been around for ages. How did the new guys on the block compete? We went to Extreme Studios to find out.
Hi, my name is Matt Hawkins. I'm the editor here at Maximum Press. We all have our dark sides, and sometimes I think we like to visit them. This is Bilal. He's a demon lord, kind of covering the area of New York. He's enormously powerful. He's got enormous, superhuman strength. He's the foil for Avengeling. And he has the ability to transform back and forth into a human appearance and a demonic appearance.
Yeah, I think villains have to be crazy because it makes them more unpredictable. And I think that's the fun thing about villains is their unpredictability and that they'll do things heroes won't do. And I think that's why people like them. This is Boltar from our Battlestar Galactica comic. And he's the ultimate Judas. He's betrayed mankind, so he's a great villain. And what we've done is updated him and given him Cylon technology. His arms are cybernetic now.
What we're trying to do is come up with villains that have this long-lasting life with a strong visual image recognition, like in the Seven Deadly Sins in the Avengeling title. We have Wrath, who is this strong, very mean-looking guy. Obviously, he's very physically strong. He's a brute. You have Pride, who is kind of Gastonish-looking, very beautiful, but at the same time kind of villainous with the cleavers and the nails and things like that. You have Gluttony, who looks like this fat, kind of slobbish-looking guy, kind of a gray skin tone. And you have Lust, who's this beautiful woman who seduces people. And you have Greed and Envy, and I think the best visual one of all is Sloth. He's so lazy, he actually recalls the undead, pulls the undead out of the grave here just to do his bidding because he's too lazy to do it himself. But these characters, sin is inherently fun. It has its consequences, and it eventually will come and haunt you. But I think every one of us wants to visit this dark side of ourselves, and this allows you through these books to actually go in, and it's escapism form of entertainment, and visit and see what the dark side would do. I think a villain has to be really much larger than life, and I think you're going to see a lot more of that from us.
Of course, of the big villains, there is none bigger than Doomsday, who will always be known as the villain who took down Superman. We talked to the multi-talented Dan Jurgens, artist and writer of this rocky villain, who is actually a pretty big softie once you get to know him.
Since 1982, I've been working for DC Comics, where I've done a lot of different things. Warlord, Zero Hour, a little bit of Batman work, a Flash Gordon, a Booster Gold series, and Justice League. But the thing I'm probably best known for is the death of Superman, which was back in 1992. That was the big fight between Superman and the villain known as Doomsday, who actually killed Superman. We thought, just sitting in a room, that it might be real interesting to tell a story about the death of Superman and then everything that would happen after he died. So we planned to do all these sad Superman stories where they would have a funeral for Superman, and his own parents couldn't even come because the world didn't know that Clark Kent was really Superman. And that's what got us interested, was really writing and drawing stories about a world without Superman. When we decided to kill Superman, we knew that we had to have someone very special do it. And at that time, I had also been working on a character who was just the embodiment of sheer, brute, physical force. We didn't even have a name for him yet. That came later. But eventually, he became a character called Doomsday. And from the start, he was probably our most unique villain in visual terms, and maybe our most unique just because he didn't even talk. He was just rage incarnate. And that was totally different for a Superman comic at the time. So I'm often asked, will we ever see Doomsday again? I don't like to tell secrets out of school, and we don't know for sure, but if I had to bet, I'd definitely bet that he's coming back.
After this, we root through the mailbag and pull out a human head.
It's time for that old mailbag. Morgan Wessler writes to say, the best supervillain would have to be Norman Osborn as the first Green Goblin, but since he's worm food, I'd have to put a tie between Deadpool and Sabretooth. Cool.
And D. Casey on AOL writes, I heard about a Wildstorm card game. Is it ever going to come out? The answer is, yep, it's out, and it's pretty good. We give it a 3.5 Gs out of 5. He also writes,
Phil should seriously think about cutting his hair.
This week's question is, what is Soylent Green made out of?
Well, that's it. It seems those bad guys and girls are just as much a part of comics as the heroes.
Of course, none of them are as nasty. It's the prime source of all evil on this planet.
David Hasselhoff, the ultimate villain. Run for your lives!
Hello, I'm Richard Hart. This week on CNET Central, see the technology of tomorrow today. CNET Central brings you the future as it unfolds. That's CNET Central. Today at 10:30 a.m., Sci-Fi Sunday.
A lone star pilot ventures into the farthest reaches of outer space, unaware of the demon that awaits him, a creature that will possess his body and change him forever. Transformation.